For those of you who just joined us via Zoom, the meeting will start shortly. Thank you.
Hi, Dina or Stephanie, are you ready to go?
Yes, we are.
Looks like we have a quorum, so let's get rolling.
Okay, would you like me to do roll call?
Okay, we're good. Yes, so let me call the meeting to order of the August 3rd, 2020 Santa Rosa City Council goal setting session. Call the meeting to order, and Madam City Clerk, could we do a roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Dowd.
Present.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer is absent at today's meeting. Councilmember Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Olivares.
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Here.
Mayor Schwedhelm.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you for that. So interpreter services are being provided in Spanish for today's meeting. Can our Zoom host explain how that will work?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
We have live interpretation can be heard on the Spanish channel.
Muy buenas tardes, estamos comenzando esta reunión del Consejo de la Ciudad de Santa Rosa y se va a estar transmitida en español para todos. Ya todos están presentes excepto el consejero Sawyer.
You can join the Spanish channel by clicking on the interpretation icon in the Zoom toolbar. It looks like a globe.
Se puede unir a la interpretación en español apretando el botón que dice español en la barra que está abajo en la aplicación de Zoom.
We will have a translator or interpreter standing by for public comment if you need the Spanish interpretation.
Vamos a tener intérpretes en español para la sección de comentarios, si es necesario para usted que tenga un intérprete.
The mayor will call for public comment on item number 4 on today's agenda.
el señor alcalde va a llamar en el artículo número 4 de la agenda.
Thank you. And so now if you press the interpretation button and go to the Spanish channel, you can hear live translation for the meeting. And I'm going to mute our interpreter who's currently on the panelist side to wait to be engaged during public comment.
Muchas gracias. Puede usted apretar el botón para que le lleve al canal del español y ya la reunión está por empezar. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mario.
All right.
Okay, a couple housekeeping items to remind council members to keep their audio on mute unless they're speaking. Staff will remain muted until needing to speak. As members of the public join the meeting, you'll be participating as an attendee. Your microphone and camera will be muted. Only today's panelists will be viewed during the meeting. If you're calling in from a telephone and choose to speak during the public comments portion of today's agenda, for privacy concerns, the host will be renaming your viewable phone number to resident in the last 4 digits of your phone number. The City of Santa Rosa is committed to creating a safe and inclusive environment free from disruption. We will not tolerate any hateful speech or actions and are well staffed to monitor that everyone is participating respectfully or they will be removed. If necessary, we will also immediately end the meeting. Madam City Clerk, could you please explain how public comments will be heard at today's meeting?
Yes, at agenda item 4, public comments, the mayor will announce for the public to raise their hands if they wish to provide public comment for goal setting. If you are calling in via telephone, participation only, you can dial *9 to raise your hand. The host will then call on the public who have raised their hands. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes and a timer will appear on the screen for the council and the public to see. You will be allowed 1 opportunity for public comment. Once all live public comments have been heard, the meeting host will then play voicemail public comments. If you provided a live public comment on an agenda item, but also submitted an email, e-comment, or recorded voice message public comment, your email, e-comment, or voice message public comment will not be duplicated, read, or played during the meeting.
So additionally, during the public comment portions, we'll be taking frequent breaks due to the interpretation services. So our host or clerk will be telling us when we're going to break, but we anticipate those coming approximately every hour or so. And so now moving to item 2, the welcome. Welcome to the first ever Santa Rosa City Council goal setting via Zoom. This will be a new experience for all of us. Today's session will provide an opportunity for members of our community to provide feedback on council priorities and issues. And then tomorrow will be the council's time to focus and set realistic priorities for the years ahead. Mr. City Manager, item 3, would you like to make any comments before we begin?
I want to thank the public for participating today, participating tomorrow, and remind council that this was a goal setting in a new environment that was delayed several months due to the pandemic. There's some very important conversations that the staff needs direction on. As the mayor said, goal setting sets priorities, not just for now, for the immediate future, but can often go out as far as 18 months. It is fully the intent of the staff to hold another goal setting in February with the seating of the new council. But right now, with the changing dynamics, directions, stresses on the organization, we felt really passionately that we needed an update. And today we're hoping to begin that conversation with the public comment portion. And tomorrow we will get into the actual direction that the council wants us to take. But I have to also just take a moment and thank the staff that has been working and being incredibly adaptable in this new environment, still providing services, reporting to new venues, participating in new ways. It's been a significant learning curve, But once again, I think council should be proud of the way this city has and its team has reacted to the current circumstances and is aggressively pursuing opportunities for the future to preserve, protect, and make this the best place to live in the state of California.
Thank you for those comments. Moving on to item 4. We're now taking public comments on goal setting. If you wish to make a comment via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're dialing in via telephone, please dial *9 to raise your hand. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comment. I'll turn this over now to the Zoom host.
Thank you, Mayor. As you can see, a countdown timer will appear before you for the convenience of the speaker and viewers. The first speaker will be acknowledged and invited to speak. Please make sure to unmute yourself when you're invited to do so. Your microphone will be muted at the end of that countdown or at the conclusion of your comment. If you are participating in the meeting from the Spanish channel in Zoom, we have an interpreter on standby on the main channel to assist during your public comment. If you wish to make a public comment from the Spanish channel, please be sure to pause through your comment to allow for interpretation. Those using interpreter support will be afforded additional time for public comment as required by the Brown Act. For Spanish speakers, at the time you hear your name called, please turn off the Spanish channel to make your public comment. This icon may now look like a circle with an ES in the middle and the word Spanish underneath. Disable the Spanish channel to participate for public comment. The first public comment will be from Mark, followed by Cecile. Mark, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I sure can, thank you.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Thank you. Mayor, council members, staff, thank you for this opportunity to share. My name is Mark Mortensen, and I'm a member of the Friends of the Climate Action Plan. I believe that the city of Santa Rosa should retain the climate crisis front and center as a Tier 1 priority. Our planet has received a tragic reminder that unseen phenomenon can be the most challenging to address. It's easy to lose sight of this ongoing crisis in our efforts to address the many pressing issues of the day. Since greenhouse gases aren't visible, there's no sickly green haze that reminds us of the carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, sulfur dioxide, and water vapor increasing in the Earth's atmosphere? No. So we have to rely on science to inform us, and we ignore science and data at our own peril. A little bit of science and data. From 1950 to 2010, Santa Rosa generally held steady in its change in average temperature. That's June, July, August, obviously. But the increase in the number of extreme heat days has begun, and Santa Rosa is forecast to more than make up for lost time, with an average increase in temperature of about 8 degrees by the end of the century. Solutions that offer equitable results abound. Actions that support all members of our community, not just those who can afford them, must be prioritized, and members of low-income communities must be partners in designing them. Community gardens and other soil regeneration actions, tree planting for shade and sequestration, strategically located microgrids that serve vital city functions and that support our needy populations, affordable transit options, safe streets that support walking and bicycling, programs that retrofit our homes and buildings to increase energy efficiency. These and many more solutions offer Santa Rosa the opportunity to continue as a leader in efforts to reduce emissions that lead to the climate crisis. I'll take a moment to touch on one solution, one that addresses the localized heating forecast for our city and for Sonoma County, and that simultaneously sequesters carbon in the soil. It's called pedogenesis, which is the building up of soil. I urge the city to embark on actions that improve the soil sponge along the lines and methods most clearly described by Australian soil microbiologist and climate scientist Walter Jenney. Other actions to regenerate the soil through planting trees and shrubs, amending the soil, the use of permeable paving and other construction materials will also enhance this effect. I'm running short on time, so to summarize, I respectfully request and ask the City Council to retain addressing the climate crisis as a Tier 1 priority. The COVID pandemic caught us by surprise, but this one can't. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. The next public comment will be from Cecile, followed by Jorge. Cecile, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
I can.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, council members, city manager, city attorney, and others whom I can't see. My name's Cecile Carabin, and I'm here representing Santa Rosa Together. So as SRT, as a nonpartisan group of volunteer community members, we're committed to finding ways to strengthen our democracy locally. And we do that by strengthening neighborhoods. We would like to use a healthy neighborhood framework and let neighborhoods decide on indicators based on what they need. I thank you, City Manager, for making those statements. We believe that it is important to our time now to address the different issues that are coming up. So amidst the turbulence of the fire season, so we're in the fire season now, the pandemic, institutional racism, and the structures laid bare by, cell phone cameras, internet, the protests, and all of which are challenging us to change. So it's with that backdrop that we would like to leverage an action that's required in the community to keep us safe and make decisions through a democratic process. So to quote John Lewis, democracy is not a state, but an act. So therefore, we're not really recommending a goal per se, a goal priority, but an underlying process, more of a way to act to achieve goals that you will set tomorrow. To that end, we are asking you to consider investing in the community and building an infrastructure of healthy neighborhoods by 1, implementing the Open Government Task Force recommendations, 2, using the city website more to communicate to a diverse resident audience and share more about what you're thinking and the results of community input and decision-making output. We saw a good example with the downtown area station area specific plan. 3, invest in your best thinking on how to involve the entire community in the community empowerment strategy, sharing the results along the way. And 4, finally, integrating all of your efforts, the community empowerment vision and goals, the Open Government Task Force recommendations, and the general plan approach and guiding principles, which we think are great, under one set of guidelines for all of the various community activities and processes. We feel that by investing in the community now, will help strengthen our needs and create an infrastructure where we're all learning from each other and making decisions on how to keep our neighborhoods safe and healthy. Thank you.
Thank you, Cecile. The next public comment will be from Jorge, followed by Hensel. Jorge, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Yeah, I can see it.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Thank you. Yeah, hi, City Council. My name is Jorge Inocencio, and I'm a candidate for Santa Rosa City Council to represent Rosa in South Park. I'm speaking today to the Council because I have a couple requests that I think will ultimately help Santa Rosa. Firstly, I would like to suggest that the Council embrace change and the new climate that is powering young people and Santa Rosans alike, and that they promote an equitable community for all, with a focus on strategies to protect Santa Rosa's vulnerable populations and preserve our city's socioeconomic, cultural, and business diversity. Making equity a stated city council goal will help city staff direct resources to achieve this. The two neighborhoods I will represent, Rosa and South Park, need infrastructure which, if implemented, will help strengthen all of Santa Rosa. That is the first request. Second, I think that the council should direct its long-term financial policy subcommittee to review options and to develop a strategy to support a permanent library in Roseland. I think that this can be achieved using some of the PG&E settlement money after the fire-damaged areas have been fixed. But we can use that money towards building equitable infrastructure in Roseland and South Park and in all of Santa Rosa. The city will not have this sort of windfall anytime soon. So the council should make it a stated goal to use this money to help build out Santa Rosa's infrastructure. Building infrastructure now will help set Santa Rosa apart from any other city and truly make us the leaders of the North Bay that we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Jorge. The next public comment will be from Henselt, followed by Cynthia. And if you are participating on the Spanish channel and I just announced your name and you'd like to make a public comment, please at this time turn off the Spanish channel to make your public comment. Henselt, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Sure, thank you very much. My name is Thea Hensel, and I am co-chair of the Southeast Greenway campaign. And I want to thank all of you for all the support you've given us through the years on this project, and let you know that the committee and all of our partners appreciate the fact that we are a Tier 2 priority. I wanted to request that we continue giving staff time because we are in the midst of the pre-acquisition process right now. That includes all of the title searching and mapping that's being done as we speak. And we have the Sonoma Land Trust and the campaign committee have also raised the funds to do the appraisal process. And then city staff will begin the negotiations for acquisition. So it will require continued work throughout this year and next year to complete that process. Once the acquisition is done, then the next steps really are a park master plan where we can get specific uses of the property, and we intend to continue doing fundraising for that. So I just wanted to thank you for your support and hope that we can continue having staff time for the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Thea. The next public comment will be from Cynthia, followed by Lara. Cynthia, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I can.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Thank you. My name is Cynthia King. I am the Vice Chair of Community Organizations Active in Disaster, which is a countywide collaboration of safety net organizations that prepare for and help to activate after a disaster. We were not active when the 2017 fires happened. At that time, I worked for Catholic Charities and helped to build the disaster case management program for rebuilding our community, ROC, which Santa Rosa has been a very active part in and a great partner. I want to speak today to advocate for some of the PG&E funding to go to ROC, Rebuilding Our Community, in order to help them finish the work that they've been doing. They have served over 1,200 families, had almost 15,000 encounters with survivors of the fire, and helped to rebuild hundreds of homes. And they have been helping the most vulnerable, the people who would not have been able to rebuild otherwise, the people who would not have been able to stay and be part of our community. And so I want to recognize the great work that they've done and the partnership with Santa Rosa to do it, and to support the funding through the end of this year in order to be able to finish the work they've started. In addition, I would like to advocate for some funding to go to the COAD, which is the Community Organizations Active in Disaster, in order to build the resilience of Santa Rosa residents and be prepared for these future disasters that continue to happen year after year. In the current one that we're in, our COAD has been activated almost nonstop since the 2017 fires when we started to rebuild. And we are supporting the current disaster with food coordination. We distributed almost 100,000 masks that we got from FEMA, and we have a lot more potential of what we could do for the community, like Napa has been doing in Marin, and we're also working at a regional level with those counties. And so I would love to have Santa Rosa appoint a representative to be on our COAD executive committee, as the county has done, and to invite us to be in your EOC when they're activated, and to just make sure that we're all working together in an aligned and coordinated way to ensure the best outcomes for our community, as disasters tend to both impact and negatively affect the outcomes of our most vulnerable residents. And that's what we're there for, is to make sure we maximize and leverage all of our resources to help the greatest number of people. So thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. The next public comment will be from Lara, followed by Jeff. Lara, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
I can. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Laura Magnusdottir. I am speaking on behalf of 4Cs of Sonoma County and the Santa Rosa Child Care Provider community and the parents who take advantage of child care and need child care. I wanted to start off by thanking the council for holding this open session and to make it available on Zoom, and thank you for your support in the past. We've really appreciated that. Wanted to talk about the provider community and the working parents who desperately need access to childcare at this time. And we would like to request that the City Council make childcare a Tier 1 priority for the fiscal year 2020-21, and to identify funding to support this industry that is experiencing a crisis at this point. As you're aware of, childcare is an economic driver. It allows parents to work while the children are learning. And COVID-19 has really devastated the industry. And without timely support, we don't know what the future of this industry will hold, including early care, preschool, and after-school programs. We are currently seeing restrictions on service because of COVID, which has resulted in a huge increase in fees for parents, pricing parents out. So it has become an equity issue. In addition, most of the staff at childcare is low income, mostly women, many of them women of color, who are putting themselves at risk every day to do their work. And especially now that schools are closing, the pressure has really increased on them. In addition, they are essential workers, so they have been able to stay open, but they are finding it increasingly difficult to do so. So we are asking for your support for childcare. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. The next public comment will be from Jeff, followed by Allie. Jeff, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
I can.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Thank you very much. My name is Jeff Okrepke. I'm a resident of Coffey Park. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, and staff for this opportunity to speak to you about the PG&E settlement funds that the city will be receiving. I want to remind everybody that this is not a windfall. This is not some sort of luck that we've received these funds. This is funds that were received due to unmet needs submitted by the city due to the fire. It is because of this that the organization Coffey Strong and residents of Coffey Park have gotten together to list some of these needs that still need to be met. If you look at the pavement condition index, most of Coffey Park is at or below Bay Area average and in poor condition, and that does not include the scarring and damage done by debris removal and burning cars from the fire. Therefore, we request no less than $6 million of the PG&E funds be spent to either repave or slurry seal the streets in Coffey Park. Additionally, since there are no homeowners associations and no insurance for some of the improvements within Coffey Park, we request no less than $2 million for improvements and repair to the sidewalks, curbs, and street trees on Hopper Avenue. We'd also like no less than $3.5 million to miscellaneous curb and sidewalk repair due to damage from debris removal and the fire. And we'd also like no less than $500,000 reserved for creek cleanup and fuel mitigation for Piner Creek behind just east of the Coffey Park general area. I appreciate your time. As a reminder, these were needs that are unmet, and the money that is being given in this PG&E settlement is for unmet needs due to these fires, and we appreciate your consideration in these matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. The next public comment will be from Allie, followed by Stephanie. Allie, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Yes, I can see.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record, and your time begins now.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. I'm Allie Gaylord, Director of Housing Development for Mid-Penn Housing, a nonprofit affordable housing provider with offices in Santa Rosa. The provision of safe, affordable housing has been a priority for Santa Rosa for a number of years, and I'm speaking today to encourage the City Council to continue supporting affordable housing as a top priority. Particularly, I would like to advocate for increased capital funding to put towards the construction of affordable housing developments by nonprofits such as Mid-Penn. Due to the way affordable housing is funded, we typically have as many as 5 sources of funding that we have to assemble, which is extremely technical and requires knowledgeable local partners to work in lockstep to secure these sources of funds. We need cross-sectional, cross-jurisdictional collaboration, and we'll need to consider that in discussing effective housing policy. We also support the development of infill housing, such as the housing development that Mid-Penn is working on in Roseland. This type of housing could be more costly due to previous development at site and often the need for environmental remediation. However, this infill development is the most environmentally responsible as it reuses existing infrastructure and doesn't build on open land. Infill development also reduces the pressure on the wildland-urban interface and makes the city more resilient in the face of disaster. Today, I request that the City Council support permanently affordable housing by allocating a portion of the PG&E settlement funds to these worthy developments. Thank you.
Thank you, Allie. The next public comment will be from Stephanie, followed by Ann. Stephanie, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on the screen.
I can see the timer.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Schwendam, Vice Mayor Fleming, Santa Rosa City Council members and staff. My name is Stephanie Manieri. I am a member of the Santa Rosa City Schools Board of Education and a resident of Roseland. I'm speaking to you today to urge you to continue and expand your commitment to the Roseland Community Library. Specifically, I request that you add the crucial need for a permanent Roseland Library to the Council's long-term financial policy and audit committee goals and work plan, and to continue your commitment to work together with the Sonoma County Library and Roseland leaders to address this need. Roseland is an ideal place to make an investment, and the library is an example of public infrastructure that benefits everyone for years to come. A permanent library in this community will help local residents thrive, provide opportunities for enrichment, maximize youth potential, and serve as a monument of civic pride. It is time that a commitment to a library in our community is taken to the next level. This is an issue of equity, of public health, of institutionalized segregation, and historical negligence of the people of Southwest Santa Rosa. We know the health benefits of having a permanent library in underserved communities, and we know the adverse health outcomes of depriving communities of the services a community library provides. Roseland and our neighbors in South Park are the only communities without a permanent library in the city of Santa Rosa. I call on you to address these inequities. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. The next public comment will be from Ann. And I've enabled your speaking permissions. Please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen.
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
My name is Annie Barber, and I am a member of Coffee Strong Organization and a Tubbs Fire survivor. I would like to start by thanking you for all of the support that the city has given to us during the process of recovery. It was truly priceless. We never could have been as successful as we have been without you. We took a poll of our neighborhood, and the top concerns were the Hopper Corridor sidewalks and trees, estimated at $1.25 million, street repairs, aka road slurry, $6 million, miscellaneous sidewalk and curb replacement damaged by fire and FEMA, $3.5 million, for a total budget of $10,750,000. If you divide that by 1,422 total housing units lost in our neighborhood, it amounts to $7,560 per housing unit. If you use this formula for all areas, it would be $22,309,000, which would leave the city $71 million for any other issues related to this fire, for recovery, wildfire hardening, homelessness, mental illness, etc. We simply just want to be made whole again, and I feel that is what the settlement is about. I would also like to prioritize this for this year so that we may move on the best that we can. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Anne. And now is the time on the agenda for public comment. Item 4, if you are participating on the Spanish channel and wish to make a public comment, you can raise your hand now. Mayor, seeing no additional hands being raised, are you comfortable with me moving on to the live message or the voice message public comments?
Absolutely. Let's move to those messages. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor, Council, and staff, my name is Lynn Marie DeVincent, and I want to make specific recommendations for the Santa Rosa City goal-setting session. But first, I want to thank the Council for the recent study session on the cell tower issue. You have demonstrated a willingness to listen to your community, and this is another opportunity. In the last 2 years, a new priority has skyrocketed to the top of Santa Rosa's list. That is cell tower technology. Blindsided by Verizon, the planning department fell victim to the telecom industry's inefficient product, small cell towers near homes, schools, and businesses. Why is the telecom industry pushing so hard to install their towers? Because they know that there is a far superior product, fiber through the premises, and is going to overtake them. Fortunately, the Santa Rosa community woke up and has worked nonstop for these last 2 years to inform the city and their neighbors about this better option. And when the federal courts awarded the Fibergate lawyers with a win recently, it accelerated the incredible opportunities for cities like Santa Rosa. Not only can Santa Rosa use a portion of the PG&E settlement funds to invest in a lucrative future with fiber optic network, they can apply for the funds that will be returned to cities as a result of the Fibergate award. Other speakers will explain the details of how this investment will pay off. I encourage you to listen and take notes. The COVID-19 shutdown has exhausted all of us. Zoom meetings have made our eyes cross and compromised communication. I thank you for your service to your community above and beyond what any of us ever thought would be needed. We've survived firestorms and have rebuilt. We will survive this pandemic and rebuild our community's health. And part of that health is denying the toxic small cell towers. Please grasp this opportunity to choose fiber through the premises as many other cities are doing. If Santa Rosa is putting out bids for any important development, they would take their time and get the absolute best deal from as many competing businesses as possible. Why would Santa Rosa allow only Verizon or AT&T to dominate their choice of what is best for the city? Their products are inferior. Set your sights on a fiber optic network and your community will flourish. It is the safest, fastest, most secure, energy-efficient broadband internet service. Guaranteed, or your money back. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, afternoon. My name is Kim Hahn, H-A-H-N, and I'm calling today to ask that you consider putting fiber optic cable in exchange for the 5G wireless into your city. There are a couple of reasons why I think this is a great idea. First of all, people are screaming about how 5G is great for internet speeds. Well, actually, fiber optic cable is so much faster, easily 10 times faster than 5G wireless. There are no health risks associated with fiber optic. As you know, many people have come out, scientists and heads of countries, to say pretty much across the board that we don't know enough about the health risks of 5G because it's never been tested, and it seems kind of crazy to use your city as a bunch of guinea pigs to find out whether or not people are going to have ill health effects. Another thing that's great about the fiber optic cable is that there are no fire risks. When you put a 5G antenna or any kind of antenna on a wooden pole and it falls over in a fire, it can spark and create tremendous amounts of heat and cause fires throughout the city, actually, because then it just keeps running down the line. So I don't recommend it for that reason as well. Fiber optic cable is much more reliable in a fire, speaking of fires, because it doesn't stop as long as the poles are, burning. Fiber optic cable doesn't burn. It's underground and it's totally safe in a fire situation. It's more beautiful. It has absolutely no ugliness attached to it because you can't see it, and you can't hack it, and you can't lose any privacy from it. There are no huge losses of property values with fiber optic because you aren't going to have a visual blight in front of your homes or in front of gorgeous old Victorian buildings that you have in Santa Rosa. It's just the most beautiful thing in the world when you don't have any of all those wires and all those poles. It's actually less expensive if you can do a public partnership with the business that's putting it in. It can actually become cheaper in the long run than the small cell wireless technology. It's a great investment because it lasts pretty much forever. It'll certainly outlast you and me. And decades and decades of good service without having to worry about it coming down in a storm or causing a fire or being a source of misery in the neighborhood. And it's a green solution as a result. So it uses much less energy off the grid than wireless will, and it's it can't be a better solution. And I'm suggesting that Santa Rosa take a step in that direction and be one of the first in the Bay Area to really take it seriously, consider it, and install.
Hi, my name is Robert Ernst. I'm calling on Saturday, August 1st. I'm requesting that the City of Santa Rosa invest in a connected future and aggressively move forward with creating our own municipal fiber optic infrastructure and network. Several cities across the nation have already done this, and we already have a connection. The city already has connection with Sonic itself, and I think it's a terrific opportunity to expand that connection. Just as it's been done in Brentwood, California, has a fiber optic policy. They've had one in place since 1999, and they've extended conduit to over 8,000 homes and businesses. The process began with installations in new home developments and has expanded across the city footprint. In 2015, the city began offering gigabyte services in partnership with Sonic.net, which is, as you guys know, also a Santa Rosa-based service provider. I'm also have been questioning digital technology and the process on public health and a public health perspective, and I teach in a public school system, and for the last 15 years, and have seen just a deterioration in focus, concentration, and also an increase in certain several mental health issues and stuff there, and also strange cancer tumors, brain tumors particularly. And if you wanted to inform yourself of that, you could look up on the internet the concept of cancer clusters. That's very frightening, and I've had personal experience with loss of a couple of students who never got to make it to 21. And so that's a personal thing. But I think also that it allows you to expand the connection with Sonic, and you can take it even into the private home service, and you can use Sonic instead of going with 5G, which is totally health-wise dangerous. Also, there's a dig once policy that required additional conduit be installed when the work was being done. They've installed, this is in Brentwood, this is in Centennial, Colorado, 60 miles of conduit and fiber optic infrastructure for broadband deployment while spending less than $600,000 to do it. I mean, this network is currently valued at over $6 million. They recently engaged in a formal process to incentivize providers to deploy a gigabit-enabled fiber network to every home and business within the city limits. You see, you don't need 5G. And it's health and safety issues. You bury the lines, you dig once. In addition to prioritizing, the police also prioritize a comprehensive telecommunications ordinance to prevent the uncontrolled deployment of wireless
Hello, my name is Lindsay Purcell. I live in Petaluma and I work in Santa Rosa, and I'm looking to move to Santa Rosa shortly. I'm calling in regards to your goal-setting session. I am an environmental health advocate. I work as a funder of environmental health projects around the world, and EMF radiation came to my table after I've been looking at pesticides and heavy metals for a long time. And it's a real issue. It's a real concern. I've been studying for 3 years, the effects of EMFs. There's tons of science out there. It's like smoking. It's like it'll take a long time for the knowledge to become mainstream, but there's enough knowledge out there to know it's important to take the precautionary principle. I implore you to, number one goal, invest in city-owned fiber optic infrastructure. That's what Obama was trying to do. It's smart. It's equitable. Improves speed, it improves safety, it improves voice communication, quality, it's a safe space, protects public health, personal privacy. It's terrific, maintains local landlines when powers go out, it's resilient in extreme weather events like fires. Very important that we have this fiber optic infrastructure. Number two, please prioritize updating the city's telecommunications code to establish maximum local control regarding the placement of cell towers. I worked with our city council in Petaluma to do that. Our mayor was completely on board. Most of our city council people are totally in the know about this issue because of years of next door conversations and back and forth sharing of science. And in Petaluma, we have really strict rules to keep 5G pretty much away from schools and homes. And we are having some issues now with some cell towers because we don't have as good of regulations as we could have, but we should have, and it should be up to the city to make these regulations to keep people safe. There are schools around the country, as you know, that are taking down their cell towers because of cancer clusters in elementary schools and whatnot, and there are just plenty of studies, and I will send an email passing those on to show that it's really important to use the precautionary principle and to make sure that we can do everything we can to improve safety and for your residents. So my name again, Lindry Purcell. I'm the president of FACTS, Families Advocating for Chemical and Toxic Safety, vice president of Jonas Philanthropies. 707-658-2847. Thank you. Bye-bye.
This is Diane Sullivan leaving a comment concerning the goal setting that you will be discussing. For me, I'm concerned about the cell towers placed next to our homes and schools. Why not invest in fiber optic infrastructure? It really is not the speed and quality of the communications that I'm concerned about as much as a matter of safety and for the biological ecosystem. It would be well worth the investment for Santa Rosa, whereby the city would have control rather than the telecom industry. Please give serious thought and consideration to making Santa Rosa a safer place for its citizens by investing in a fiber optic infrastructure. It is a win-win for everyone. Thank you.
My name is Maria Dindoli. I'm a Santa Rosa resident, and I am commenting on prioritizing, updating the city's telecommunication ordinance. We need to have control on where we are putting cell towers, because I was at the council meeting several years ago protesting the cell towers being placed in my neighborhood in front of my house, and I'm very unhappy with it. I don't want this to keep happening all over the city. So please prioritize updating that ordinance, take back control of our city. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Shirley Lee, and my message is that I'd like you to invest in fiber to the premises, which provides superior connectivity through wired networks. Fiber is fast, energy efficient, equitable, and it protects the public health and personal privacy of the people. Please also prioritize a comprehensive telecom ordinance to prevent uncontrolled deployment of wireless facilities that are already causing harm to our health, the environment, and property values. Thank you.
Yes, we're very concerned about this situation, and we're asking you to please invest in fiber to the premises, which provides superior connectivity through wired networks. Fiber is fast, energy efficient, cyber secure, equitable, reliable for power outages, and protective of public health and personal privacy. Please also prioritize a comprehensive telecom ordinance to prevent uncontrolled deployment of wireless facilities that are already causing harm to health, the environment, and property values. This is so important. There are so many children who are getting unexplained brain tumors, and if any of you have children, I just want you to put, just try to wrap that around your head if that happened to your child. And it is happening, and it happened in Piedmont. It's happened in the Bay Area. And I'm not some radical left that, doesn't want progress. I am so concerned about this, and I think that it's so unsafe. Plus, as you vote and as you go forward on this, we are going to remember who continued to do this. And it's going to be a disaster for all health. And a lot of diseases are going up. Autoimmune's going up, autism is going up, and please, please do whatever you can to keep this community safe. We love our community, but we're not going to keep anyone that is, not keeping our own citizens healthy. Thank you very much.
Yes, my name is Carol Page. I live in San Anselmo. I am hoping that the city of San Rafael will invest in fiber to the premises and will also prioritize, that means set a priority, as a comprehensive telecom ordinance, because wireless facilities are proliferating at a rate that is dangerous to people's health, and it is also affecting the environment and consequently property values as people understand the danger of this problem. Thank you very much. Bye.
My name is Carolyn Leonard, property owner there in Sonoma County, and I'm calling to request that in your planning and goal setting that you invest in fiber optics, fiber to the premises for telecommunications. It provides a superior connectivity through wired networks, and fiber is fast, and it's energy efficient, unlike Wi-Fi. It's cyber secure, unlike Wi-Fi. It's also equitable and reliable in power outages, unlike our above ground utilities. This move on your part, this goal will be protective of public health and personal privacy. Please also prioritize a comprehensive telecom ordinance to prevent uncontrolled deployment of wireless facilities that are already causing harm to health, to the environment, and to property values. We appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good meeting. Bye-bye.
Hello there. My name is Rachel Gaunt. I'd like to give a comment. I'm going to encourage you to invest in fiber to the premises. It's fantastic connectivity. It's fast and efficient and safe, especially when you have power outages. And it really protects our health and our privacy. Also, please, could you make a priority putting a telecom ordinance in place to prevent uncontrolled deployment of wireless facilities, especially the small cells, 4G and 5G small cells close to our homes, our residential homes, and are already causing harm to the health and our environment, plus our property values. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Hi, this is Michelle Nagel, Nagle. Phone number is 415-209-4168. I'm calling and wanting to support that you all invest in a city-owned fiber to the premises, the fiber optic, which is a much safer technology given that it's wired. I've used wired technology and it's safer than wireless. It's good for the health of the person. It doesn't go down. It doesn't require incredibly crazy infrastructure that 5G is trying to put in. So I just want to let you all know that I am in total support of this, and I'm with you. All right. Thanks so much. Take care.
Hi, Mayor. This is Dina, the Zoom host. I just wanted to say we're at the top of the hour nearly, and I thought this would be a nice logical break to do a transition for the interpreters.
Okay, is 5 minutes enough for this first break?
Yes, that should be sufficient for the interpreters.
So let's reconvene at 5:05.
Thank you, Mayor. Pablo, can you please confirm that your mic is working live on the panelist side?
Confirming that my microphone works on the panelist side.
Thank you. Please mute your mic for now. Mario, can you please turn on your camera and give me a thumbs up that your microphone is working on the Spanish channel?
It is working on the Spanish channel.
Okay, thank you. Please go live on the Spanish channel. I'm going to initiate translation or interpretation. Thank you.
All right.
And you can disable your camera. Thank you. Mario, can you do one more check and I want to make sure that we cannot hear you on the main channel. Can you please, you should.
Okay, can you hear me on the Spanish channel?
Yes, I'm hearing you on the English channel. So you need to be interpreting on the Spanish channel.
Okay, how do I switch to the Spanish channel?
You should be on the Spanish channel now. One moment. Mario, can you confirm now that your, with a thumbs up, that your audio is now feeding to the Spanish channel?
Okay, can you tell if I'm the Spanish channel?
No, I'm hearing you on the English channel.
Okay, how do I move to the Spanish channel?
You should have a button that indicates Spanish translation. Mario, can you do a mic check now and confirm that I can't hear you on the Spanish or on the English side?
Okay, I'm here. Can you see me?
Yes, and I can hear you. So one moment, we might need to put Pablo back onto the Spanish channel for now in order for the Spanish community to be able to hear.
You know, Dina, usually there is the Spanish button that
I'm not sure if that'll switch me or just turn my audio on to the other.
So Mario. Pablo, can I get a quick video thumbs up to confirm you're on the Spanish channel? And can you just do a mic check to make sure you're feeding to the Spanish channel? Perfect. Thank you, Pablo. Mayor, we are ready to go.
Okay, thank you. Could we do a roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Dowd.
Here.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer is absent. Councilmember Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Oliveras.
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Here.
Mayor Schwedhelm.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Sawyer.
Okay, let's continue with item 4, comments from the public.
Sorry, Mayor, I've lost my control panel. Just a moment. There we go.
Hi, this is Steve Glanz, and I want to say this. I really oppose the overcharging of the internet services by the providers, the telecommunications companies who help to create and perpetuate this problem. I oppose the installation of powerful industrial equipment outside of our homes that are used to radiate data through our walls. Look, it's a waste of energy. It's not an efficient way to access the internet. Fiber optics will actually release to a reduced carbon footprint and give residents and businesses access to a far superior, faster, safer, more reliable, and energy-efficient broadband network. Of all the things the Economic Recovery Task Force lists, investing in the city's own fiber optic infrastructure would be by far the most profitable and beneficial thing to do and should be number one on the priority list. This investment is going to pay for itself. It's going to allow the city to invest and expand this project over the coming years. It's a shovel-ready project, ready to put people back to work in these difficult economic times. There's never, ever been a better time for Santa Rosa to invest in a safe, resilient, and affordable option for broadband services. Until we have our fiber optic network implemented, though, we need a comprehensive telecommunications ordinance to prevent the uncontrolled deployment of wireless telecommunications facilities that unavoidably cause harm to our health, our environment, our quality of life, our safety, and our property values. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Maureen Block. I'm asking that in lieu of allowing for wireless Wi-Fi, which has health, environmental, and property implications that are all negative, that you invest in fiber to the premise, fiber optics. It's so much faster. The incremental value of the Wi-Fi of the cell towers is very minimal. And it doesn't serve the people who live there, and it causes 24/7 health issues. It's ugly on the environment. We have the technology with fiber optics. Please invest in it. It's fast, it's energy efficient, it's cyber secure, it's reliable, it's not going to blow up when we get these terrible winds and cause fires in Petaluma. Please consider the neighbors and fight against these big mega corporations who are not actually being honest about the non-thermal biological adverse effects of this wireless radiation. We are finally making progress on that with some FCC cases, and there are hundreds and hundreds of studies. So please do not harm the constituents and the neighbors and the people who live up there. Thank you.
My name is Tom Laporta. Safe Tech for Santa Rosa is a group of advocates passionate about protecting this generation and future generations from the dangerous proliferation of wireless radiation, inefficient and growing energy use, and protecting our privacy and property values. We submit the following recommendations for consideration as Tier 1 priorities for the City Council's goal setting. Our recommendations fall squarely into the mission and goals previously adopted by the Council. Mission: to provide high-quality public services and cultivate a vibrant, resilient, and livable city. Investing in our future with fiber optic cable to the premises meets every component of the mission statement and will continue to do so well into the future. As a public utility, fiber to the premises will cultivate a vibrant city because everyone will have access to a high-quality internet. Businesses will thrive, and people will engage in cultural, civic, and social activities. It is safe, fast, reliable, private, sustainable, and will protect the visitors and residents of Santa Rosa. There would be no digital divide. Fiber to the premises protects Santa Rosa as a sustainable and livable city. It's compliant with the city's emergency climate resolution and climate action plan. It also protects the health of Santa Rosa residents and visitors by preventing overlapping radiation fields and unnecessary densification of telecom antennas. Specifically, fiber to the premises would provide significant support to the city's future through many of the City Council's goals.
My name is Jennifer Laporta. I want to talk about the City Council's goals. City goals: ensure financial stability of city government. Fiber to the premises is a strategic long-term investment in our city which must begin now. It will produce a continuous return on investment. Fiber infrastructure as the city's asset provides a high-quality utility to residents and businesses while earning a revenue stream year after year. Unlike wireless infrastructure, fiber to the premises is superior, permanent, and does not require upgrades. Money going back into our city and local economy makes sense versus expensive charges paid outside of our city into the big corporate telecom company profit. For example, the city of Centennial, Colorado started the fiber to the premises process in 2008 and has invested $600,000. It is now worth $6 million. A 1,000% return on investment. City goal: effectively implement the recovery and rebuilding of Santa Rosa. The internet is now an essential part of our society, and it should be available to all people in a safe, reliable, fair, affordable, and energy-efficient manner. Like other parts of our public infrastructure, such as municipal water systems, streets, and schools, it should be financed and constructed with public dollars, thus eliminating the digital divide, protecting the environment, and protecting our health. The political will is building as local communities across the country learn about wireless radiation, and they demand safe, fast, reliable internet that protects privacy and does not deface our neighborhoods with antennas on every block. City goal: invest in and sustain infrastructure and transportation. As mentioned above, fiber to the premises is an investment in sustainable infrastructure. It will keep pace with community needs because fiber to the premises provides superior connectivity through wired networks, which 1, improves speed of internet access, 2, ensures equal internet access to all neighborhoods, 3, improves quality of voice communication, 4, improves reliability, energy usage, and efficiency, 5, is resilient in extreme weather events, including fires, 6, maintains landline phone access when the power goes out, 7, provides better value for the money, 8, is safe and cyber secure, 9, protects public health, 10, protects personal privacy, and 11, preserves the biological ecosystem. Thank you very much for considering the sane alternative.
My name is Sydney Cox, and I am submitting this comment for inclusion in the City Council goal-setting meeting. Another important city goal should be to provide for community safety. Fiber to the premises is safe because, 1, it is private, no data mining of personal information, unlike wireless. 2, it is not a fire hazard, unlike desensification of small cell towers over power lines on top of PG&E poles and large battery boxes above ground. 3, it provides cybersecurity. 4, it protects our health. Over the last 20 years, a robust body of independent peer-reviewed science has been published showing significant biological impacts from exposure to RF, and the wireless industry has no evidence of safety. The large telecom companies from AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, and Sprint warn shareholders they can face significant financial risks and litigation from health damages due to RF. Insurance companies don't insure their technology and define RF as a pollutant. 5, the United States has the world's highest levels of emissions set as safety standards for RF radiation, allowing up to 100 times the amount of exposure levels compared to many other countries. These U.S. safety standards were developed by the military 60 years ago and are based solely on the thermal effects of short-term exposure to RF radiation. Needless to say, these safety limits do not adequately protect the public. Yet another goal should be promote environmental sustainability. FTTP, fiber to the premises, is environmentally sustainable. Not investing in FTTP would be in vast contrast to Santa Rosa's climate emergency resolution passed January 14, 2020, and the city's climate action plan. To the contrary, FTTP infrastructure will greatly strengthen the city's climate action plan. Energy use from wireless antennas, devices, networks, and the Internet of Things will continue to grow exponentially, ever increasing our carbon footprint and contributing to climate change, unless this is stopped. The carbon footprint of the global digital system is already 4% of the global greenhouse gas emissions, and its energy consumption rises by 9% each year. If Santa Rosa does not invest in FTTP and allows telecom corporations to densify RF radiation exposure and use significant amounts of energy in our city, how will Santa Rosa offset this significant carbon effect? It is essential that the city take this opportunity to be a leader in the county and the North Bay. Thank you for your time.
My name is Richard Boyd, and I'm submitting this comment for inclusion in the City Council goal-setting meeting. I believe another important city goal should be to foster a strong downtown and overall economic development of the community. A 21st century city is wired and protects the privacy, health, safety, property values, and environment of everyone in the city. Fiber to the premises, or FTTP, is economically resilient and provides the fastest internet access possible at a lower cost for everyone than wireless can do. FTTP will provide the most dynamic internet infrastructure to businesses and residents downtown, and the return on investment will increase revenues to reinvest in the economic development of the community. Education is key to economic development in communities, and if we had already invested in FTTP, access for students in the internet would not be an issue for any student for distance learning and homework. If the city fails to act on this now and allows corporate telecom to rush their hundreds of wireless antennas into our city, this opportunity will be lost, and eventually Santa Rosa will no longer be a livable, resilient, safe city prepared for our connected future. We suggest FTTP to be a Tier 1 priority and a perfect way to invest PG&E settlement funds and grant funds. In addition, as the COVID crisis calms down, Congress is likely to offer economic recovery packages, as they did in 2012, to cities that have shovel-ready projects. This is a shovel-ready project and will put people back to work immediately. In the meantime, please prioritize the following as a Tier 1, a comprehensive telecommunications ordinance to prevent the uncontrolled deployment of wireless telecommunications facilities that unavoidably cause harm to our health, quality of life, property value, privacy, and environment, negating any chance the city has to invest in the lucrative and beneficial public service of fiber. Thank you for your consideration. This is being submitted on behalf of hundreds of residents who are involved with Safe Tech for Santa Rosa.
Hi, my name is Virginia Giuliano. I'm calling to request that the city invest in a sustainable fiber optic infrastructure as well as an updated telecommunication ordinance. These will ensure the health and safety of both our citizens and the environment. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Laura Gallinson. I live in San Diego, and I'm opposed to the overcharging of internet services by the monopoly providers who help create and perpetuate the digital divide. I'm also opposed to the installation of powerful industrial equipment outside of our homes used to radiate data through our walls. This is a waste of energy and an inefficient way to access the internet. I support policies like a dig once policy, which facilitates wired broadband fiber optic deploy. This will also reduce carbon footprint and give residents and businesses access to the far superior, faster, safer, more reliable, energy efficient broadband network. Until we have our fiber optic network implemented, we need a comprehensive telecommunications ordinance to prevent the uncontrolled deployment of wireless telecommunication facilities that unavoidably cause harm to our health, our environment, our quality of life, our safety, and property values. Please take note.
Hello, my name is Mary Dahl, and I'm calling in regards to the cell tower problems. Thank you, City Council members who recognize this difficult issue and are responding to the citizens' grave concerns. The cell tower should never have been placed in residential areas just feet from homes. The radio frequency radiation coming from the cell tower just feet from my home is thousands of times higher prior to the cell tower being installed. It has and continues to cause me undue stress since July 2018. I am not able to live and enjoy my home as I can't use 3/4 of it due to high levels of RFR. Trying to prepare meals in my kitchen takes me 3 times longer to accomplish, as I have to leave the area for 3 or more times due to the reactions I get from the RFR. This is only the tip of the iceberg, so to speak. To this day, I don't understand why I was not notified before the permits were signed in June 2017, when the proposals for cell tower placements were first discussed. I was never informed of my right under Chapter 13 of the City Code to express my opposition to said tower. I may be forced to seek legal representation for this potential violation against me. City Council members, you were elected to office to protect us, the citizens of Santa Rosa. Please protect us now from the harmful RFR, which is and has impacted so many of us in so many negative ways as health issues now and in the future and decreased property values. Please stand up to Verizon and AT&T and any other carriers from doing something this appalling to us ever again. Don't let them intimidate you. I once again plead with you to take action in removing all cell towers from residential areas. They can be placed on mountaintops, non-residential areas, or better yet, underground. I appeal to you to please develop an ordinance to prevent this ever happening again. Thank you for your diligence in this crucial situation. I truly appreciate it. Mary Dahl.
Hello, my name is Van Mike, and I'm requesting that the city use grant money and PG&E settlement funds to begin investing in their own municipal fiber optic infrastructure. I do support affordable high-speed broadband services that do not require cell phone towers placed throughout our town and our neighborhoods. Many other cities have invested in their own fiber optic infrastructure, and they have consistently received substantial returns on their investment. Santa Rosa should not give away their right-of-ways to telecom industry when they in turn provide overpriced, insecure, and unsecure wireless internet services with harmful radio frequency radiation. We know that this form of wireless connection is bad for our health and the environment. With an investment in our city's own fiber optic network, it is also critical that the city create an updated telecommunications ordinance to maximize local control regarding the placement of wireless telecommunication facilities. This includes small cells. This would alleviate the irresponsible and harmful placement of such facilities and promote safer, faster, more affordable, and environmentally appropriate access to wired broadband services. I also do believe that it is essential to prioritize safety and aesthetics in your legislative efforts, and to that end, we need an updated telecommunications ordinance that will protect the residents and maximize local control. Thank you.
Hello, this is Mary Beth Brannigan, and I'm calling to urge you to direct the City of Santa Rosa's resources to having a locally run municipal fiber optic network. Many other places across the country have done this, and they've profited in many ways. It's good for business. It attracts other business because of the reliability, the security, and the speed. And plus, it's not the fire danger that overloaded utility poles with 5G would be throughout the city public rights of way. And that's the other thing that I would urge as a goal, is to update the city's telecommunications code so that you can have the maximum local control regarding the placement of cell towers for health, for safety, for fire safety, and for property value reasons. Property values go down, it's well established. A huge percentage when property is close to an antenna. So I certainly hope you can establish those two goals in Santa Rosa. Thank you.
Yeah, the name is Todd Purcell. I'm calling about the fiber optics versus the cell phone towers. And I really think that they ought to go for the fiber optics. There's a lot of information that's probably going to come down the road later on that how bad the cell phone towers are. It's a safer option, and I think that's what you ought to look into. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Roberta Tipp, and I'm a resident of Sebastopol, and I shop and spend a lot of time in Santa Rosa. So I'm very happy to have this opportunity to leave a message regarding the city's agenda and goals. I hope you'll prioritize the fiber optic infrastructure. It's really important to keep the residents as safe as possible. And I hope you'll really put time and attention on putting fiber optic cable in wonderful, beautiful Santa Rosa and keep the residents as safe as possible. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. My name is Patricia Miller, and I'm calling with regard to the need for fiber optic infrastructure to have these matters be well done by the City Council, to have its telecommunications ordinance, and to have the health and safety of the citizens, families, all citizens be considered as paramount. Thank you.
Hi, thanks for allowing me to comment on the city's goals. And I just want to say that I'm in favor of a fiber optic option infrastructure because I think it's important not just for safety, or not for just looks, but safety as well. And we need to have an updated telecommunications ordinance that will protect the residents from, the telecom industry. Thank you. Bye. Oh.
Hi, this is Deborah Temple, and I'm calling because I hope very much that you guys will invest in fiber to the premises. It's the smartest and the best things to do. It's superior connectivity, it's fast, it's energy efficient, it's cyber secure, which we're all really needing now. It's equitable and it's reliable in power outages. We need this through wired networks, and it's protective of our health and our personal privacy. We don't want all those 5G cell towers exuding and emitting God knows what to our children and their brains. Please prioritize a comprehensive telecom ordinance so that we can prevent uncontrolled deployment of these wireless facilities that have been shown repeatedly to cause harm to our health and our environment and also our property values. Thank you. Fiber to the premises. Do it. It's the way to go. Thank you.
Yes, hello. My name is Isaiah. My message is to please update the city's telecommunications ordinance and to invest in city-owned fiber optics infrastructure. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Judy Dragon. I'm asking that the City of Santa Rosa prioritize and invest in creating our own municipal fiber optic infrastructure and network. Others will be discussing different cities like Brentwood who invest with returns in this way. We're so grateful to have Sonic as a local company who has actually expanded to other cities, and this is where they can install the fiber optic throughout their cities, which they have, and we can do that in this city as well. Sonic will actually provide the gigabyte services to Santa Rosa at no charge, and that will save thousands of dollars per year. And each neighborhood with subscription rates over 30%, the local schools will actually receive gigabyte internet at no charge. We need an updated telecommunication ordinance that will protect the residents and maximize local control. I can see no reason that Santa Rosa wouldn't want to explore an option like this and keep things safe and more aesthetically pleasing. I hope you consider this. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Barbara Sattler, S-A-T-T-L-E-R. I'm a registered nurse. I have a doctorate in public health, and I'm a professor at the University of San Francisco, though I live in Sonoma County. I teach environmental health in the public health program, and a good part of my academic job as a professor is staying current on the current public health scientific literature. In the past few years, I and my students have been tracking the health science regarding radio frequency radiation. The science is clearly evolving, but also there is currently enough evidence to begin to align our policies with the public health principle of disease prevention and apply the precautionary principle. I have three asks. The first and foremost is to, in fact, understand and heed the science. The second is to be bold and creative within the confines of the Telecommunication Act and the FCC guidelines. Push the envelope as far as you can within these current legal constraints. Develop and implement science-based setbacks from daycare centers, schools, and residences, and then implement a program for independent exposure monitoring for RFR. We right now are in a trifecta of crisis. We have the health crisis of COVID. We are becoming much more aware of our crisis of disparities, and we're in economic crisis. By hardwiring with fiber optics for our internet, we can address this trifecta. Number one, we can make them safer and thus decrease diseases that we might otherwise be seeing in the future. Number two, we can help address the access disparities that contribute to education equity issues, especially in these days of online learning, by getting every household to be hardwired with fiber optics for their internet. And the third, in terms of the economy, is we can create installment jobs. And when we come out of COVID and as we're coming out of it, the stimulus money can be used for helping to create these important productive jobs. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention that the contributions that 4G has to climate change. By hardwiring internet, we will decrease the greenhouse gas emissions that would otherwise be created by 4G, which consumes 23 times more energy than hardwiring. I truly appreciate your hearing this testimony. Please heed the science. It's important to all of us. It's important to the public health of the.
Hello, my name is Dr. Joanna Mike, and I'm requesting that the City of Santa Rosa invest in a connected future and aggressively move forward with creating our own municipal fiber optic infrastructure and network. Several cities across the nation have done so, and they are seeing substantial returns on investment while simultaneously saving their residents significant amounts of money and providing them with fast, secure, reliable, resilient, and energy-efficient broadband service. As an example, the city of Brentwood, California has had a fiber optic policy in place since 1999 and has extended conduit to over 8,000 homes and businesses. The process began with installations in new home development and has expanded across the city footprint. In 2015, the city began offering gigabit services in partnership with Sonic Net, an established Santa Rosa-based service provider. Sonic has a lease agreement with the city to install fiber throughout city conduit and provide residential and commercial services. In addition to providing a lease revenue stream to Santa Rosa, Sonic will provide gigabit services to the city at no charge, saving about $15,000 per year. Additionally, for each neighborhood with subscription rates over 30%, the local school will receive gigabit internet at no charge. Why wouldn't the city of Santa Rosa want to explore an option like this? Another example is in Centennial, Colorado, where they began a fiber optic conduit initiative in 2008 as a public works effort connecting city buildings, traffic signals, and other public facilities. The city implemented a dig once policy that required additional conduit to be installed when work was being done in the right-of-way. To date, they have installed more than 60 miles of conduit and fiber optic infrastructure suitable for broadband deployment while spending less than $600,000. This network is currently valued over $6 million. They recently engaged in a formal process to incentivize providers to deploy a gigabit-enabled fiber network to every home and business within the city limits. In addition to prioritizing FTTP, please also prioritize a comprehensive telecommunications ordinance to prevent the uncontrolled deployment of wireless telecommunication facilities that...
Hello, my name is Susan Dorey, D-O-R-E-Y. I live in the city of Sonoma. My telephone line is 707-343-7382. I want to comment on your planned consideration of a telecommunications ordinance. I think that internet access is a public utility. I think the county of Sonoma should pursue establishing an internet access that is available to all residents and is free and secure. If not free, almost so. And with internet availability 24/7/365. Which means through firestorms. At this time, my only access to the internet is through AT&T. In addition to the internet access, I also have a landline telephone with voice over IP service. I do not have a smartphone, and I do not want one, nor do I want to need one in an emergency like fires and earthquakes, etc. What I need going forward is, 1, reliable, low cost of internet and telephone access, and 2, reliable, low cost internet cloud storage. This is actually not critical. This is just a nice to have. Thank you very much. Bye.
Hello, my name is Vicki Sievers. I'm calling to urge the city to make every effort to enact a protective telecommunications policy, one that specifically includes tough restrictions on small cell antennas. City planners must have maximum authority to prevent harmful locating of these installations. At the same time, please initiate a path toward development of superior, faster, safer fiber optic broadband. The book Fiber by Susan Crawford and Reinventing Wires by Dr. Timothy Sheckley are excellent introductory resources. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Satya Giordano, and I'm grateful to have the opportunity to comment on the City Council's goals. I hope you will prioritize investing in a fiber optic infrastructure to contribute to the mission of cultivating a vibrant, resilient, and viable city. I also believe it is essential to prioritize safety and aesthetics in your legislative efforts. And to that end, we need an updated telecommunications ordinance that will protect the residents and maximize local control. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Vanessa Nelson. I'm a Petaluma resident. I'm calling to let you know that I hope that in your goal setting you prioritize investing in fiber optic infrastructure. I also think that it's important to have an updated telecommunications ordinance that will help protect residents and maximize local control. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
This is Nancy McCoy-Blatsky, and I forgot to give my name as I recorded the last comment. Dear council members and other leaders, you have the opportunity to take pride in bringing Santa Rosa a technically superior, inclusive, and healthy environment by prioritizing the following suggestions. First, invest in a city-owned fiber optic infrastructure. Use grant money and PG&E settlement funds to help Santa Rosa establish a municipally owned fiber optic infrastructure while overcoming the digital divide, providing the fastest, safest, most secure, most energy efficient, and least expensive broadband connection for all residences and businesses. Several cities across the nation have done so, and they are seeing substantial returns on investment. Brentwood, California, has had a fiber optic policy in place since 1999 and has extended conduit to over 8,000 homes and businesses. In 2015, the city began offering gigabit services in partnership with Sonic.net. Sonic has a lease agreement with the city to install fiber throughout the city conduit. In addition to providing a lease revenue stream to the city, Sonic will provide gigabit services to the city at no charge, saving about $15,000 per year. Additionally, for each neighborhood with subscription rates over 30%, the local school will receive gigabit Ethernet at no charge. This is a great option for Santa Rosa to explore. Centennial, Colorado began a fiber optic and conduit initiative in 2008, connecting city buildings, traffic signals, and other public facilities. The city implemented a dig once policy that required additional conduit be installed when work is being done in the right-of-way. They have installed more than 60 miles of conduit and fiber optic infrastructure while spending less than $600,000. This network is currently valued at over $6 million. They recently engaged in a formal process to incentivize providers to deploy gigabit-enabled fiber optic network to every home and business within the city limits. And the second, please update the city's telecommunications code to establish maximum local control. Please also prioritize a comprehensive telecommunications ordinance to prevent the uncontrolled development of deployment of wireless telecommunications facilities that cause harm to our health, our quality of life, property value, and environment, negating any chance the city has to invest in the lucrative and beneficial public service of fiber. Thank you so much. Sincerely, Nancy McCoy-Blatsky.
Yes, hello. My name is Gretchen Reich, and my number is 707-326-5657, and I've lived in Santa Rosa for almost 29, maybe 30 years. Anyway, I just wanted to call and let you know I'm opposed to the overcharging of internet services. I feel that it's a monopoly, and I feel that the services aren't very good, and there's quite a bit of a divide for people who have and haven't. I really oppose the installation of industrial equipment outside the home, the 5G ones. I do not believe in it. I do believe it's necessary, and I believe it's dangerous. I think it's a waste of energy. I believe it's an inefficient way to access the internet. We already have a broadband fiber optic. I think this should be reused and put in the new places as well. I think it would definitely be much better for our footprint, And I think it also is far superior, faster, and most especially safer. It is safer and more reliable. Anyway, I think that the city should use and own their own fiber optic infrastructure. I think it would be profitable and beneficial for the city of Santa Rosa. I think that the investment would pay for itself, and you could use some of the PG&E money that has come through. And anyway, I think this has been a perfect time to do it, and I hope that you will look into the fiber optic network, this whole 5G thing. I think it is just extremely harmful to our health. The science isn't even all out on it, and I think that you'd be doing a great disservice to the citizens of Santa Rosa. Thank you, and again, I am appreciative to have the opportunity to comment on these goals. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Megan Yurkovich. I'm a teacher and a mother in Santa Rosa. I'm really grateful that our city has engaged in climate action planning and for the request that the city invest in a sustainable fiber optic infrastructure. This will provide the residents and businesses of Santa Rosa environmentally sound access to broadband services. This is a green investment that will exponentially reduce our carbon footprint for the future of our children. Energy use by wireless devices continue to grow, contributing to climate change. The carbon footprint of the global digital system is currently 4% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. The city's Climate Action Plan Committee may already be aware of this. The energy consumed by the GDS is rising by 9% per year. At the current rate, the total global carbon footprint of wireless technology is predicted to rise to 20% by 2025 and 50% by 2050. To allow uncontrolled deployment of new cell towers would oppose Santa Rosa's climate energy resolution that was passed in January of this year and the city's climate action plan. New and unsustainable technology will contribute to climate change. The council must focus on protecting our health and environment. Increasing corporate telecom profits is not the city's responsibility. Please consider investing in an energy-efficient wired fiber optic infrastructure, and please prioritize an updated telecommunications ordinance. We need maximum local control of wireless cell tower placement. This is crucial to avoid the unnecessary deployment of these facilities in our neighborhoods. Thank you for your consideration and for your time.
Hi, my name is Ian Light. I'm requesting that the city use grant money and PG&E settlement funds to begin investing in their own municipal fiber optic infrastructure. I support affordable high-speed broadband services that do not require cell phone towers placed throughout our town and neighborhoods. Many other cities have invested in their own fiber optic infrastructure, and they've consistently received substantial returns on their investment. Santa Rosa should not give away their rights of way to the telecom industry when they in turn provide overpriced, unsecure wireless internet services with harmful RF radiation. This form of wireless connection is bad for our health and the environment. With an investment in the city's own fiber optic network, it is also critical that the city create an updated telecommunications ordinance to maximize local control regarding the placement of wireless telecommunications facilities, including small cells. This would alleviate the irresponsible and harmful placement of such facilities and promote safer, faster, more affordable, and environmentally appropriate access to wired broadband services. I also believe it is essential to prioritize safety and aesthetics in your legislative efforts, and to that end, we need an updated telecommunications ordinance that will protect the residents and maximize local control. Thanks. Bye.
Mayor Schwedhelm and members of the City Council, thank you for the opportunity to provide input for the important work of prioritizing the goals and projects for San Francisco. My name is Catherine Dodd, and I now consider myself a local here, having moved from San Francisco, where I was active in politics since 1983. In San Francisco, I worked for Speaker Pelosi as her district chief of staff. I also served as former Mayor Newsom's deputy chief of staff. Early in my tenure in Mayor Newsom's office, there were many discussions about the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act of 2009, signed into law by President Obama. The Recovery Act was developed in response to the 2008 Great Recession, and the primary objective objective was to save existing jobs and create new ones quickly. It called for shovel-ready projects that would put people back to work right away. I am confident that we will get past this COVID crisis phase, and our new House and Senate will focus on recovery. We will need to put people back to work quickly. I suggest the City Council prioritize an important shovel-ready project for federal funding: municipal fiber to and through the premises, FTTP. FTTP is much faster than 4 and 5G. It is safe, it protects our privacy, it is energy efficient, it will increase our property values and protect the beautiful streetscapes of our city from being littered with antenna and equipment. It will have a return on the investment for the city, and most importantly, it will close the digital divide by bringing municipally managed wired internet to every home and business. Many innovative, cost-conscious cities are implementing FTTP. With every one of us spending more time on the internet, we must plan for a future with reduced exposures to wireless radiation and faster, energy-efficient internet access. It does require that the city not sign any more multi-use lease agreements with the for-profit gouging telecom corporations that make money off our public right-of-way and off of us with their expensive internet fees. Technology is changing quickly, and FTTP can accommodate upgrades easily without fire hazardous, ugly antennas. During the planning and implementation phase, it will be essential that the city upgrade its telecom ordinance to make every local control available, including MLAs, in place. Our new ordinance must have ADA protections. It must require independent proof of gap of coverage and independent random monitoring of antenna emissions. Santa Rosa's goals call for innovation. This is an opportunity for you to lead innovation in the North Bay. Thank you.
My name is Sarah Lakis, and I'm the chair of the Santa Rosa Library Advisory Board. I urge the Santa Rosa City Council to include a permanent Roseland Library to the Council's long-term financial policy and audit committee goals and work plan, and to continue your commitment to work together with the Sonoma County Library and Roseland leaders to address this need. I grew up in a suburb of Chicago and spent a lot of my childhood at the local library, reading books, participating in the summer reading program, attending the children's programs, researching homework, and developing a love of learning, exploration, literacy, and books. As a teenager, I worked part-time at this beloved institution. As an adult, it is my privilege to support the Sonoma County Library System and raise awareness among our community about this essential organization. More than just a storage space for books, libraries are important community hubs. Roseland needs a place that will be its center of learning, professional development, healthcare, community engagement, and more. A permanent library will be that place. A library offers free educational resources for everyone: news, information, and facts. The Roseland Library will boost the local economy and workforce by providing job search help, resume review, free internet access, and assistance to entrepreneurs looking to start a business. The Roseland Library will play an essential role in English language learning by offering free language classes, bilingual staff, resources for adult education courses, and a safe and welcoming environment for all. The Roseland Library will support our school readiness initiatives and serve as a community center for our youth. The Roseland Library will provide important equal access opportunities to those seeking information and services, from our youth to our seniors. Whether you're a family looking for a fun story time, an immigrant in need of language resources, an unemployed individual searching for job help, or a community member who needs help on their taxes, you can all go to one place, the library. Libraries keep our communities healthier, safer, and increase their vitality in a way that makes a serious positive impact. Please support a permanent Roseland Library. Thank you.
Hi, Mayor. This is Dina, your Zoom host. We are at the top of the hour. Did you want to continue through this slide, or should we take another break?
Let's go ahead and do one more slide and give everyone the heads up. Because of some of the technical difficulties, after this slide, we'll be taking a 20-minute break to work on those issues. But let's go one more slide, please.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Will do.
Hello, my name is Terry Burns, and I am calling to ask the council to invest in fiber to premises. This provides the best connectivity through wired networks. Fiber is energy efficient, it's equitable, fast, cyber secure, hugely reliable in power outages, and protects public health and personal privacy. I would ask you also to prioritize a comprehensive telecom ordinance to prevent uncontrolled deployment of wireless facilities that are already causing harm to the health of our people, our citizens, the environment, and property values. It also adds to the terpene that is produced by plants, making it far more flammable, which is important in this time of wildfires. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Raven Fletz. I'm a registered voter and resident of Santa Rosa. I'm calling today to urge the City Council to update its telecommunications code to establish maximum local control and to prevent the uncontrolled placement of cell towers that cause harm to our health, environment, and safety. I'm requesting that the city use PGE settlement funds and grant money to invest in its own municipal fiber optic infrastructure. This would provide superior connectivity through wired networks, protecting public health and privacy and preserving the biological ecosystem. Fiber to and through the premises is more reliable and energy efficient, improves the speed of internet access, and ensures equal internet access to all neighborhoods. It is resilient in all weather conditions, including fires. This is a green investment that would exponentially reduce our carbon footprint and would also earn the city substantial revenue. It is essential that you prioritize public health, safety, and the environment in your legislative efforts. Please make these priorities part of the City Council's Tier 1 list to contribute to the mission of cultivating a vibrant, resilient, and livable city. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Terry Moon. My phone number is 707-709-8574, and I'm calling to urge the city to invest in a sustainable fiber optic infrastructure to provide residents and businesses in Santa Rosa with environmentally sound access to broadband services. This is a green investment that will not only earn the city substantial revenue in the future and exponentially reduce our carbon footprint, but it will also provide additional safe jobs during the current economic downturn. The city's Climate Action Plan Committee may already realize that the energy that is used by wireless devices and antenna and networks continues to grow exponentially each year, and are increasing our carbon footprint and contributing to even more climate change. The total carbon footprint for wireless technology right now is slated to rise by 20% by 2025 and as high as 50% higher by 2050, and that's just the current rate of increase. Environmental experts warn that new wireless generations are unsustainable and contribute to climate change. They are certainly in direct opposition to the goals of both the Climate Emergency Resolution and the city's Climate Action Plan, both of which I support. Fiber optic technology is more able to withstand climate emergencies because they're underground. And your foresight now can prevent us from ending up in the situation that we're currently in with PG&E, where because they didn't invest in underground power lines years ago, we're now asked to endure rate increases while also enduring annual power outages for the next 10 years and the resulting food spoilages and devastating wildfires that occur whenever high winds happen now. Thus, fiber optic technology can increase community safety and assurance that we have internet access during climate emergencies. So for all of these reasons, I urge you to lead the city and the North Bay by adopting a fiber optic network to protect what is most important, which is our health, our environment, our safety, and our privacy as well. And please invest in this technology so that all the people can have internet, not just those who can afford to pay telecoms prices. And equally important, I urge you to prioritize an updated telecommunications ordinance that establishes maximum local control regarding the placement of wireless telecommunications facilities, including small cells. This is critical in order to avoid the unnecessary densification of these facilities in our neighborhoods and to protect the health of our environment, our community members.
Hello, my name is Orlene Kurla, and I reside in Santa Rosa. I'm a member of the Safe Tech for Santa Rosa. I also represent several other organizations who are all very concerned about what is happening with installing antennas into our city, and we would like to ask you to please use fiber optic cables instead. I'm president of the Sonoma County Eagle Forum, a member of the Santa Rosa Republican Women, and a member of the Republican Central Committee. I discovered early on, back in 2010, about the danger to health that comes from wireless radiation through smart meters. I was part of a group that hired an attorney so we could get an opt-out for the state of California, so we did not have to have mandatory smart meters. We could keep our old analog meters, which were wired and much safer for use. My husband experienced personally the dangers of cell phone antennas. His office at Sonoma State University was directly opposite of a cell phone antenna that was put on top of the science building. After about 5 years, he began to develop leukemia. Other administrators and staff who worked in the same administration building also developed various forms of cancer. My husband retired in 2017. He's been away from the powerful radiation coming from the cell phone antennas for 3 years now. His health has greatly improved. It's almost as if his leukemia is gone. He does not even need to take the medication anymore. I'm asking you to please consider bringing whatever 4G or 5G antennas that you have planned for our city. Please bring them through fiber optic cables so that they will not be wireless and not be harmful to our health. Please deploy a gigabit-enabled fiber network to every home, business, and school and church within the city limits. Please also prioritize a comprehensive telecommunications ordinance to prevent the uncontrolled deployment of wireless telecommunication facilities that avoidably cause harm to our health, quality of life, property value, and the environment, negating any chance the city has to invest in the lucrative and beneficial public service of fiber. Several other cities have done this, and we know it's possible, and we urge our wonderful city council of Santa Rosa to please do the same. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hello, I'm Alan Derriman, homeowner at 3675 Hemlock Street. This comment is for the August 3rd, 2020 City Council goal-setting meeting. After our house burned in the Tubbs fire, the most frequent question we were asked was, will you stay and rebuild? Honestly, the swift response of our city government and the Coffee Strong Coalition solidified our decision to stay and help sustain us through the grueling process of rebuilding. We are so looking forward to returning to our home before the 3rd year anniversary. Thank you for your sustaining partnership to aid us in becoming a resilient, knitted together community. Please, please, please help us remove the scars in our neighborhoods by committing a portion of the PG&E settlement toward 3 large infrastructure projects that will provide safety for our neighbors. Namely, number 1, the Hopper Corridor. It serves the traveling public into our neighborhoods. It is in dire need of safety repairs, including safe sidewalks, curbs and gutters, and replacing trees to buffer pedestrians from the swifter traffic. Number 2, our neighborhood sidewalks have been severely damaged due to fire, debris removal, etc. Our children, elderly, and vets need to be able to walk safely without this added risk. And number 3, road slurry to fix the damaged streets. This rebuilding process has definitely been a team effort. As homeowners, we have learned new skill sets, including building a house, project managing contractors, reconciling with insurance companies, etc. All the while raising families and meeting employment demands. Coffee Strong has banded together to communicate with the homeowners, act as liaison with agents, support neighboring communities, help raise matching project funds, etc. And you, Our city government leaders have remained accessible and committed to supporting us with transparency and innovation. We are counting on your support to the bitter end. Please allocate PG&E funds towards these three needed safety repairs: Hopper Corridor, sidewalks, and roads. Thank you, Ellen Derriman.
Hi, my name is Martha Glazer. I'm with Safe Tech for Santa Rosa. I'm grateful to participate as a citizen in this priority setting session. I have two requests for priority action. One, an updated telecommunications ordinance that will quickly establish the maximum control that law allows, since, as you know, the telecoms will not wait for a moratorium while we work out what best fits our community's needs. Local control of these decisions is legally protected, as recently explained by attorney Andrew Campanelli, arguably the country's most knowledgeable and successful anti-cell tower attorney. I urge each of you to watch his 56-minute explanation from July 23rd of what cities like Santa Rosa can legally do to stand up to the telecoms and to make an ordinance that our city wants and needs. Please consider hiring Andrew Campanelli for his expert guidance in writing the most restrictive and protective telecom ordinance for small cell and macro towers within Santa Rosa. This would be such an important success, not only for Santa Rosa, but for all of Sonoma County, setting model examples of courageous leadership from our wise, well-informed, and progressive city. And you can see Andrew Campanelli. Look up Zoominar on taming the 4G, 5G densified grid from July 23rd, 2020. And it's a YouTube webinar, Zoominar. After writing the strongest possible protective ordinance, my second priority for the council is for you to create a long-term city plan to provide fiber optic to and through the premises. I am requesting that the city use grant money and PG&E settlement funds to begin investing in our own municipal fiber optic infrastructure. Fiber to and through the premises will allow citizen consumers the maximum safety and is the most cost-effective, aesthetically gracious choice for internet use. By providing wired fiber optic infrastructure throughout our city, the council will enable individuals to decide whether to use internet fully wired in their homes or to use Wi-Fi for internet. Though it will take effort, this is a critical juncture. Will the future of Santa Rosa be a livable city or an urban nightmare? The long-term plan for fiber optics represents a wise and judicious vision for a livable city for years to come. Thank you for your attention to setting these as two of your top priorities going forward.
Okay, Mayor, that concludes this slide for voice message public comments. There are more to come, but this seems like a logical break for our next recess.
Great, so we'll take a 20-minute recess, reconvening at 6:35. Thank you.
Hi, Dina.
One moment, Mario.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Greg. This is Dina, the Zoom host. I just wanted to let you know I muted your camera and your video for right now. Mario, can you give me one last thumbs up that you're speaking on the Spanish channel? Thank you, Mario. Got it.
We ready to go, Dina?
Yes, I do want to make a brief announcement and have the interpreter on our panelist side, Pablo, just interpret that we do have the Spanish channel active. If you want to join the Spanish channel, the interpretation is active now. Pablo, please go ahead.
Sí, les queremos anunciar ahorita mismo, si quieren el canal de español, ahorita mismo está transmitiendo en vivo. Si pueden cambiar al canal de español, lo pueden hacer ahorita.
And you can do so by clicking the interpretation icon in Zoom on your toolbar. It looks like a globe, and you can enable Spanish channel there.
Y lo pueden hacer por seleccionar el icono de globo en el canal de Zoom. Y lo pueden encontrar cerca de la barra de herramientas.
Thank you, Pablo. Mayor, the floor is yours, sir.
All right, thank you so much. Madam City Clerk, could we do a roll call again?
Yes. Councilmember Dowd?
Here.
Councilmember Tibbetts?
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer is absent. Councilmember Rogers?
Here.
Councilmember Oliveras?
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleming?
Here.
Mayor Schwedhelm?
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Sawyer.
Okay, we'll reconvene the Santa Rosa City Council August 3rd goal setting. We're on item 4, public comment. Madam Host, please take it from here.
Thank you, Mayor. Moving on for additional voice message public comment.
Yes, I'm calling in. My name is Janet Fitzgerald, and I'm calling in support of requesting the city to use grant money and PG&E settlement funds to begin investing in their own municipal fiber optic infrastructure. This is the way to go. I support affordable high-speed broadband services that do not require cell phone towers placed throughout your town and neighborhoods. Many other cities have invested in their own fiber optic infrastructure, and they are really happy with it. They've consistently received substantial returns on their investment, and they don't have to worry about cancer, which Santa Rosa is going to have to if they go ahead in another direction. You really don't want 5G. It's not even controversial. It's proven dangerous. Santa Rosa should not give away their right-of-way to the telecom industry when they, in turn, provide overpriced and then unsecured wireless internet services with the harmful radio frequency radiation. This form of wireless connection is bad for our health and the environment, too. We don't need it with a pandemic and with wildfires. With an investment in the city's own fiber optic network, it is also critical that the city create an updated telecommunications ordinance to maximize local control regarding the placement of wireless telecommunication facilities, including small cells. This would alleviate the irresponsible and harmful placement of such facilities and promote safer, faster, more affordable, and environmentally appropriate access to wired broadband services. I hope Santa Rosa will do the right thing, because this is no time to ask for more trouble in the health department or in the wildfire department. 5G, 4G, not tested for wildfire safety, and definitely not tested for safety. Ask Lloyd's of London, who will not insure them. Thank you so much for doing the right thing. Make your children proud, make your citizens proud, and make sure that you're proud of yourselves for the decisions that you make. In the long run, you've taken an oath of office to protect your citizens. Keep that very much in mind. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Steve Stodola, Stodola. I'm requesting that Santa Rosa invest in a fiber optic infrastructure for its broadband internet network. The main reason for this is that the fiber optic system will be more resilient to extreme weather events, including fires. And we know that those are going to be occur more frequently in the years to come. And also, the fiber optics will be much safer than the 5G network. There are numerous reports on both sides of that argument, but why go that way when you can get much less risk with the fiber optics? And that would be the way to go to keep us all much safer. Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Andrea Anderson, and I just wanted to call and say that I support Santa Rosa's initiative to provide free and safe internet to the whole city. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Amanda Maris, and I live in Santa Rosa in the newly annexed section off of Stony Point Road. And I am calling for this meeting to highly consider fiber optic cables as a means of increasing internet networks in the city. I had lived in Knoxville, Tennessee for 3 years, during which time the neighboring city of Chattanooga was busy tearing up streets and installing fiber optic cables throughout the entire city limit. And by the time they had finished, I saw businesses move out of Knoxville and go to Chattanooga because of these incredibly fast and cheaper infrastructure that they wanted to take advantage of with their business. And Europe has been doing this for generations. They know that fiber optic cables are the fastest, and I find them actually also the greenest. I know that Santa Rosa really wants to take part in an action plan to make our city green, which I highly applaud. But so far, wireless technology is not finding itself to be safe for bees and migrating birds. And I really want to help Santa Rosa City to consider something that is proven to be safer so far, which would be the fiber optic cables. You can also do something like in the city, there's a city in Colorado, I think it's Centennial in Colorado, that has a dig once policy, kind of like when a new structure is up for development in Santa Rosa, you also have to put in a sidewalk. Well, they also have to put in fiber optic cables. So it's another addition to adding into the city, which I know we really need to get moving with rebuilding our city. But I think that this would be a highly beneficial addition to any new construction that happens in the city. And, you know, I also am kind of upset with the way Sonic is beholden to AT&T right now. I tried to get regular copper POTS line reconnected in my old home that already had that lovely copper telecommunications telephone use. Because I noticed during the fires, you know, our cell phone connection was dying constantly and our wireless connections were dying. But the copper wires don't die in an earthquake. They don't. Hello, my name is Amanda Maris, and I live in Santa Rosa in the newly annexed section off of Stony Point Road. And I am calling for this meeting to highly consider fiber optic cables as a means of increasing internet networks in the city. I had lived in Knoxville, Tennessee for 3 years.
My apologies, I clicked the same file.
Good morning, my name is Adrian, and I'm grateful to have the opportunity to comment on the City Council's goals. I hope you make a priority of fiber optic infrastructure that'll help cultivate a vibrant, resilient, livable city. It's essential to prioritize safety and aesthetics in your legislative efforts, and for that you need updated telecommunications ordinance to protect the residents and maximize control. Broadband fiber optic is a much better, faster, safer way for people to access the internet, and we all know how important that is right now. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bonnie Marmer. I'm a homeowner in Santa Rosa, born and raised there, by the way. Anyway, I'm calling to urge that you invest in fiber to the premises to provide connectivity through wired networks. I think that it's the way of the future, and fiber is fast, and in many ways it's going to be more reliable and protect our communities. So I urge you to invest in our future in that way. Thank you.
Alex Crone, public comments for goal setting. Thank you for your time, and thank you for continuing to give the public the option to leave comments and for you to receive such valuable input from the community. Our growing group, Safe Tech for Santa Rosa, represents the many thousands of Santa Rosa residents who are opposed to the uncontrolled placement of cell towers next to their homes and throughout their communities. Unlike most other issues these days, this is completely bipartisan, and people on both sides of the aisle are opposed to putting themselves and their families at risk. I think it is especially important that you prioritize creating a new telecommunications ordinance with the objective of creating as much local control as legally possible. Whether you believe having a cell tower in front of your home is hazardous to health, property value, privacy, or the environment, or you do not, I think we can all agree that it is in our town's best interest to decide what is right for us. It is not in our town's best interest to let an out-of-state private contractor, a contractor who wants to put up hundreds of cell towers in neighborhoods to charge rent to Verizon and AT&T, decide when and where to put these things. It is not acceptable to allow this to continue to occur just to accommodate AT&T after the mistake with Verizon was made. The time to act is now. It would not be that difficult of a task to contract out with a legal expert who is experienced in making city telecom codes to maximize legal control and keep the city out of court. This is a real possibility that would only cost a few $1,000s, and mere drop in the bucket to the time, money, and energy that the city will have to continue to use dealing with the current broken process. Just to be clear, we do not oppose technology. On the contrary, we support it, but it must be safe. With an extra $95 million for general funds, I think now would be a great time for the city to start investing in their own fiber optic infrastructure. You could put some people who have recently lost their job back to work. Their digging and laying of fiber would help them put food on the table and create an amazing asset for the city. It's a win-win. It's a no-brainer. Investing in the city's own fiber optic infrastructure checks all the boxes of the City Council's mission, vision, values, and goals. A far superior way to provide broadband services than cell towers. Fiber to people's homes will be much more affordable, environmentally friendly, faster, more secure, and most importantly, it'll help to protect safety and property of Santa Rosa residents. As always, thank you for your time and consideration. And thank you to the city manager and the city staff for all the hard work you put in to keep Santa Rosa an amazing place to live. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Erin Axelrod, longtime Sonoma County resident.
I am requesting that the city use grant money and PG&E settlement funds to begin investing in their own municipal fiber optic infrastructure. I support affordable high-speed broadband services that do not require cell phone towers placed throughout our town and neighborhoods. Many other cities have invested in their own fiber optic infrastructure, and they have consistently received substantial returns on their investment. Santa Rosa should not give away their rights of way to the telecom industry when they, in turn, provide overpriced, unsecure wireless internet services with harmful RF radiation. This form of wireless connection is bad for our health and the environment. With an investment in the city's own fiber optic network, it is also critical that the city create an updated telecommunications ordinance to maximize local control regarding the placement of wireless telecommunications facilities, including small cells. This would alleviate the irresponsible and harmful placement of such facilities and promote safer, faster, more affordable, and environmentally appropriate access to wired broadband services. Thank you so much. And again, this is Erin Axelrod calling in to support the city to have safe fiber optic infrastructure. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, this is Ruth Wiseman. I'm calling, requesting that you please invest in fiber to the premises. It is much superior to have wired connectivity for our communities here in Sonoma County. Also, please support a telecom ordinance that will prevent uncontrolled development of wireless facilities that are harmful to our property values, the environment, and our health. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tara McCullough. I'm a concerned citizen located at zip code 95401, and I'm calling to demand the immediate defunding of the Santa Rosa Police Department and reinvesting those funds in services that actually serve our community, like providing more resources for houseless folks or other housing services, investing in programs that support local community mental health efforts, and food justice. I really think that defunding the police is the answer here to allow us to reallocate funds that actually serve the community instead of causing so much more violence and oppressive systems. So please, please, please deeply consider and act upon defunding the police. Thank you for your time.
Yes, my name is Shelby Bridges, and I just wanted to call to tell you that I think it's completely unreasonable that you would bring in 5G without testing it first, and especially when fiber optics is a real good option, and it works just fine, and it's green. So thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Dr. Aina Flatuni, and I'm requesting that the City of Santa Rosa use grant money and PG&E settlement funds to begin investing in their own municipal fiber optic infrastructure. I support affordable, high-speed broadband services that don't require cell phone towers placed throughout our neighborhoods. Many other cities have invested in their own fiber optic infrastructure, and they've consistently received substantial returns on their investment. Santa Rosa should not give away their rights of way to the telecom industry when they in turn provide overpriced, unsecure wireless internet services with harmful radiation. This form of wireless connection is bad for our health and the environment. With an investment in the city's own fiber optic network, it is also critical that the city create an environment with updated telecommunications ordinance to maximize local control regarding the placement of wireless telecommunication facilities, including small cells. This would alleviate the irresponsible and harmful placement of such facilities and promote safer, faster, more affordable, and environmentally appropriate access to wired broadband services. I also believe it is essential to prioritize safety and aesthetics in your legislative effort, and to that end, we need an updated telecommunications ordinance that will protect the residents and maximize their control. Thank you so much.
Yes, this is Beverly Bridges calling to hope that the Santa Rosa will invest in our own fiber optics rather than in the 5G or any other things that could harm our environment. We need to reduce the carbon footprints here, and I really would appreciate you taking the time to not follow through on any of these higher optic, the 5G. Thank you.
My name is Virginia Martinet, and I'm opposed to the cell towers that are being placed around the city. I would like to encourage the city to update their own local control and by putting an ordinance in, and they could have fiber optics instead of the cell towers transmitting wire antenna across the neighborhoods. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sean Jezewski, and I'm calling to leave a public comment for goal setting for the special meeting. The meeting today is to go over priorities for the City Council. I think the priority should be very clearly set to defund the police and making that real in our local government. I think that means doing whatever is needed to make Idle Arrow real and have a real amount of budget. I think that means having proposals in the works to talk about having a Cahoots-like program. Cahoots is a program from Eugene, Oregon, where the police dispatcher sends calls to local volunteers to handle mental health crises or other crises. Why can't we have that? Let's make that real. I want to defund the police. I want to defund the police at least 50%. I think you're hearing a lot of comments like this from your community. You're talking about goal setting and what you need to look at in the coming months and years. It is these things. So make time to look at these things.
Hi, this is Kim Schroeder. Thank you for the opportunity to provide input for your important work of prioritizing goals and projects for Santa Rosa. Investing in fiber to and through the premises, or FTTP, would provide significant support to the city's future, mission statement, and City Council goals. City Council goal, ensure financial stability of city government. FTTP is a strategic long-term investment in our city, which will produce a continuous return on investment. Money going back into our city and local economy makes sense versus expensive charges paid outside of our city into the big corporate telecom company profits. City Council goal, effectively implement the recovery and rebuilding of Santa Rosa. The internet is now an essential part of our society, and it should be available to all people in a safe, reliable, fair, affordable, and energy-efficient manner. City Council goal, invest in and sustain infrastructure and transportation. FTTP is an investment in a sustainable infrastructure. It will keep pace with community needs because fiber to the premises and through the premises provides superior connectivity through wired networks, not wireless. City Council goal, provide for community safety. FTTP is safe. It is private, no data mining of personal information, unlike wireless. It's not a fire hazard. It's cyber secure, and it protects our health and so much more. City Council goal, promote environmental sustainability. FTTP is environmentally sustainable. In fact, not investing in FTTP would be in vast contrast to Santa Rosa's Climate Emergency Resolution passed January 14th, 2020, and the city's Climate Action Plan. If Santa Rosa does not invest in FTTP and instead allows telecom to densify RF radiation exposure and use significant amounts of energy in our city, how will Santa Rosa offset the significant carbon effect of the exponential 24/7 RF radiation? It's essential the city take this opportunity to be a leader in the county and the North Bay. And prioritizing an ordinance to protect our neighborhoods and schools is also a Tier 1 priority. Thank you.
Mayor Schwedhelm and members of the City Council. My name is Nicole Warwick. I am the Executive Director of Families Advocating for Chemical and Toxic Safety, also known as FACTS. Thank you for the opportunity to add our voice to the priority setting for Santa Rosa. The present is a time of great uncertainty, especially for families, and our future is equally uncertain. Your leadership will shape our current fiscal, physical, cultural, educational, and health environment, as well as our future environment. As the county seat, your direction and actions as council members influence the entire North Bay. FACTS is particularly concerned about the increases in wireless radio frequency radiation that we are exposed to, especially pregnant women, children, and adolescents. Children born during your tenure as council members will be exposed to exponentially increasing amounts of wireless radiation. During and beyond COVID, the move toward distance learning, along with parents working from home, will be with us for the future. FACTS will work to advocate for and educate families on how to make their homes safer, but we need you to keep our families safe from wireless antennas and facilities which create clouds of invisible radiation 24/7, from which we cannot protect ourselves and our children. As a top priority, we hope you will update the city's telecom ordinance with the setbacks you talked about at the last meeting for schools and daycare centers, as well as using every legal tool to keep residents and visitors safe from unnecessary exposure to wireless radiation. Simultaneously, we want you to lead us into a future where dangerous chronic exposure to wireless radiation is almost eliminated by creating a municipal utility for wired fiber optic to and through every premises, aka FTTP. Join other forward-thinking cities around the country and start now. Cities build libraries. The internet should be a resource library for every family in every neighborhood with regulated prices, and it should be safe. Fiber is faster, safer, protects privacy, and will serve us well into the future. I thank you again for considering our families and our children and our future health. Take good care and stay well.
This is Maureen Davison, and I am proud that the City of Santa Rosa has engaged in climate action planning. In keeping with this intention, I request that the city invest in a sustainable fiber optic infrastructure to provide the residents and businesses of Santa Rosa environmentally sound access to broadband services. This is a green investment that will both earn the city substantial revenue in the future and also exponentially reduce its carbon footprint. Of all the things on the Economic Recovery Task Force list, investing in the city's own fiber optic infrastructure would be by far the most profitable and beneficial thing to do and should be tier one on the priority list. This investment would pay for itself and allow the city to reinvest and expand this project over the coming years. This is a shovel-ready project to put people back to work in these difficult economic times. I support policies like a Dig Once policy, which facilitates wired broadband fiber optic deployment. This will lead to a reduced carbon footprint and give residents and businesses access to a far superior, faster, safer, and more reliable, energy-efficient broadband network. Thank you for taking the time to listen.
Hi, my name is Landry Purcell. I left a personal message similar to this. I'm leaving this message from our organization, FACTS. We took an official position on priorities for your upcoming meeting. And FACTS is a group called Families Advocating for Chemical and Toxic Safety. We're glad to add our voice to the priority setting for Santa Rosa. We want to let you know that we're concerned about the increase of wireless radio frequency radiation that we're exposed to, especially pregnant women, children, and adolescents. Children born during your tenure as council members will be exposed to extraordinarily increasing amounts of wireless radiation. During and beyond COVID, the move toward distance learning, along with parents working from home, will be with us for the future. FACTS will work to advocate for and educate families on how to make their homes safer, but we need you to keep families safe from wireless antennas and facilities which create clouds of invisible radiation 24/7 from which we cannot protect ourselves and our children. As a top priority, we hope you will update the city's telecom ordinance with the setbacks you talked about at the last meeting for schools and daycare centers, as well as using every legal tool to keep residents and visitors safe from unnecessary exposure to wireless radiation. Simultaneously, we want you to lead us in a future where dangerous chronic exposures to wireless radiation are almost eliminated by creating a municipal utility for wild fiber optic to and through every premises. Join other forward-thinking cities around the country and start now. This is one of Obama's priorities, was fiber optics to the home. Cities build libraries. The internet should be a resource library for every family in every neighborhood with regulated prices, and it should be safe. Fiber is faster, safer, protects privacy, and will serve us well into our future. Thank you again for considering our families and our children. Again, I'm Lendry Purcell, founder of FACTS, Families Advocating for Chemical and Toxic Safety. I'm also an environmental health funder with Jonas Philanthropies. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Sarah Paragoy. Here is my comment. I am very grateful to have the opportunity to comment on the City Council's goal today. I hope you will prioritize investing in a fiber optic infrastructure to contribute to the mission of cultivating a vibrant, resilient, and livable city. I also believe it is essential to provide and prioritize safety and aesthetics in your legislative efforts. To that end, we need an updated telecommunications ordinance that will protect the residents and maximize local control. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Kirby Jonas. This is in regards to the Santa Rosa priority setting. We would like, we all would like wired fiber optics for the cable for the home, and also to update the telecom or distances. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Hope this can be done. Bye-bye.
Okay, Mayor, that concludes the voice message public comments. Now I'm going to turn it over to City Clerk Stephanie Williams to initiate reading the email and e-comment public comments received. Stephanie, are you available?
Yes, thank you. First comment received from Joel Strauss. I have been a resident of Santa Rosa my whole life. I recently participated in my first city council when you were taking comments and questions about police reform on June 30th. I had raised my hand and asked if a program was being developed that had unarmed trained professionals responding to nonviolent behavioral health calls to 911. I mentioned that similar programs were created in Eugene, Oregon and Albuquerque, New Mexico. The program in Eugene was named CAHOOTS, Crisis Assistance Helping Out in the Streets, and was implemented in 1989. I feel this program would be a fantastic addition to Santa Rosa. By doing so, you could show the community that you are taking steps towards change and also take one of the more difficult tasks out of the police department's hands so they can focus on more pressing issues. I would like to know what steps you have taken to research and implement this vital program into Santa Rosa. Also, if this can be addressed during future council meetings. Here is a link to more info about the program and how much it costs. whitebirdclinic.org/services/CAHOOTS. If I do not hear from you before the next meeting, I'll be sure to ask about it in any future meetings. I look forward to your response. Stay safe and well. Email received from Wendy Herneman. As a resident of Santa Rosa, a parent and a scientist, I wish to urge you to retain addressing the climate crisis as a Tier 1 priority for our community throughout the coming year and beyond. The impacts of COVID-19 pandemic are intricately connected to the wider issues of the climate crisis and social and environmental justice, so that we need visionaries willing to support policies which will transform our city and community. The path to sustainability and resilience depends on zero carbon emissions and equitable, livable cities. Email received from Miko Bojarski. I am writing to request that a substantial portion of the $95 million FEMA funds be dedicated to the restoration of Coffee Park. I am a Coffee Park resident and a local school teacher. The needs are real. We have broken sidewalks, uneven pavements, road scars, smashed curbs. The Hopper Corridor looks empty, like the wasteland in the Mad Max movies. Parcels A and B need to be taken under the city's wing. The street in front of my house looks like the surface of the moon. It's cracked and pitted. My car bounces down the roads on the way to work every morning. Each time we asked the city to address these issues, the argument was, we'd love to, but we don't have the money. Now you do have the money. Please address them. When I left Coffee Park on the night of October 2017 to the boom of exploding propane tanks, the next day I came back to a smoking ruin. A beautiful neighborhood of trees and working class homes was gone. It's still nowhere near its former state. These FEMA funds are intended for the restoration of this disaster. They shouldn't be diverted at the last minute. Many of the houses on my street are filled with families with children. I'd like to see them grow up for the next 20 years in a beautiful environment. The future they deserve shouldn't be taken away from them. The average number of bridges that collapse in the United States is 128 a year. America is not investing in its infrastructure. This is short-sighted. The time to spend the money is now, as it will cost more in the future. If you bought Apple stock on December 12, 1980, when it was first offered, you paid $22 a share. If you buy it today, you'll have to pay $412 a share. That's nearly a 19-fold increase. Think of it this way. You can spend the money now to fix Coffee Park, or you'll need a fortune many times over, money you won't have in the future. I'm not saying that humanitarian needs are not pressing and important, but the secret of wise economics is to always invest at least part of your funds in tangible assets, or you'll have nothing to show for your money. As a homeowner, if you don't spend money fixing the hole in the roof of your house, when it rains, you're going to regret it. I'm not saying you have to build a new patio. I'm saying you have to fix the roof. It rained smoke and ash in Coffee Park only 3 years ago. You are now the homeowners and custodians of Coffee Park. You've done much. I'm grateful. More still needs to be done. Comment received from Steve Burke, who serves on the Housing Authority. In my 28 years as Housing and Redevelopment Director, perhaps the most rewarding experience was heading up the multi-department team organized to improve neighborhoods suffering under poor housing conditions, violence, and other serious problems that made life for the lower income residents extremely difficult. I urge you to reestablish a robust neighborhood revitalization program, the NRP. The benefits of NRP are well demonstrated in the Apple Valley Papago neighborhood, where in the summer of the early 1990s, the City Council took extraordinary steps in response to deplorable conditions that came to light in this neighborhood with a violent shooting incident. The event was one of a series of violent incidents culminating with shots being fired that entered an apartment bedroom where a young girl was sleeping and embedded in the wall just above her bed. Here are some examples of why NRP is important. This concentrated program can stem the decline of housing conditions in targeted neighborhoods where substandard housing is often found using rigorous systematic code enforcement. Designed to increase safety for families whose only options, given limited incomes, is to live in parts of the city where crime and violence are most prevalent. Provide support services necessary to the lives of people, especially children, who depend on recreational and educational services to those who need them the most. Building a more comprehensive property management and maintenance system that can be of benefit to both responsible landlords and the residents who call these neighborhoods their homes. NRP team approach brings together various city departments, nonprofits, and neighborhood leaders to secure permanent positive changes. Once a neighborhood is improved and stabilized, the team can move on to improve conditions in other neighborhoods in need. Builds a stronger, healthier city by avoiding poorly managed and maintained housing, leading to greater and more pronounced decline, encompassing a larger percentage of the community. NRP team skills can be used to address egregious isolated conditions elsewhere in the city while maintaining the momentum to bring about permanent changes in the targeted neighborhood. Judge Renee Chouteau, former city attorney, Karen Weeks, and I can provide additional information and are available for an NRP presentation. Thank you. Email received from Ardith Lee. We are faced with so many difficult problems right now, but climate change is the silent and most terrible problem of them all. Please make the climate crisis a Tier 1 priority. Climate change has exacerbated our wildfire season calamities and threatens us on many other levels as well. We can't wait any longer to act in every way possible. And thank you so much for your hard work in these most perilous times. Comment received from Melanie Dodson. I understand that in your meetings on Monday and Tuesday of next week that you will be setting priorities for the fiscal year. On behalf of 4Cs and the Santa Rosa child care provider community and working parents who desperately need access to child care, I would request that the Santa Rosa City Council make child care a Tier 1 priority for fiscal year 2020-2021 and to identify funding to support this industry in crisis. As you know, childcare is an economic driver, allowing parents to work while their children are learning and well cared for. COVID-19 is devastating the industry, and without timely support, we are uncertain for the future of many of our early care, preschool, and after-school programs. Thank you for your consideration. Comment received from Margarita Better. I am a child care provider. Please make child care a tier priority for fiscal year 2020-2021. Comment received from Lisa McKee. While the city is thinking of how to spend their PG&E settlement money, it would be nice if they considered Roseland in that plan. While we didn't lose our homes, many lost their jobs with the fires. They also suffered a loss of income while schools, etc., were closed. It would really be nice for Roseland to have a city pool. The kids at Elsie Ellen could have a swim team just like all of the other high schools do. It would also be really nice for families to have a place close by to take their kids to swim lessons and to have somewhere to come for swimming. Roner Park has so many pools and Santa Rosa has too. Most families can't afford swim memberships at clubs, but they could afford a city pool. It could be off Hearn Avenue. There is so much unused land there. It could also be off Sebastopol Road. There is also a lot of unused land there as well, probably already owned by the city of Santa Rosa. One can hope. Thank you for your consideration. Email received from Diana Scott. Please make childcare a Tier 1 priority for the 2020-2021 fiscal year. Without quality childcare, parents are unable to return to work as well as continue to keep working. It is essential for our economy and needs to be supported as such. As a licensed childcare provider for over 20 years, I know the importance of good childcare programs is to working parents. We provide essential learning experiences for young children to prosper in the upcoming years of their life. Please support childcare providers who have struggled to survive this past year with low enrollments and closures due to COVID-19. We are essential workers in the community and to be supported as such. Thank you. comment received from Bo Svensson. I am a resident of Santa Rosa. I am requesting that the council prioritizes to use the city's grant money and funds from the PG&E settlements to establish our own affordable fiber optic system that will earn our city substantial revenue in the future. Many cities have already done so with significant returns on investment. Our already established local service provider, Sonic.net, would make it possible to have it all under local control instead of giving away the right-of-ways to some faraway telecom company with zero interest in the health and welfare of the people of Santa Rosa. Another Tier 1 priority item should be to update the telecommunications ordinance to prevent uncontrolled installation of wireless towers that causes harm to our health and quality of life. We need to maximize local control of our environment, especially after what our area has gone through in the last few years. An additional benefit to fiber optics, besides being better value for the money, is that it's very resilient to extreme weather conditions, including fires. It also maintains landline phone access when power is out. Thank you for your attention to my request. Duplicate comment submitted by Mary McKay and James McIntosh. I am requesting that the city use grant money and PG&E settlement funds to begin investing in their own municipal fiber optic infrastructure. I support affordable, high-speed broadband services that don't require cell phone towers placed throughout our town and neighborhoods. Many other cities have invested in their own fiber optic infrastructure, and they have consistently received substantial returns on their investment. Santa Rosa should not give away their right-of-ways to the telecom industry when they in turn provide overpriced, unsecure wireless internet services with harmful RF radiation. This form of wireless connections are bad for our health and the environment. With an investment in the city's own fiber optic network, it is also critical that the city create an updated telecommunications ordinance to maximize local control regarding the placement of wireless telecommunications facilities, including small cells. This would alleviate the irresponsible and harmful placement of such facilities and promote safer, faster, more affordable, and environmentally appropriate access to wired broadband services. Email received from Kathleen Kelly. Please make childcare a Tier 1 priority for fiscal year 2020-2021 and to identify funding to support this industry in crisis. I am writing in support of my colleagues in the early care and learning childcare field. Childcare programs typically run on a slim margin financially. Families can't afford the full cost of high quality care, and so the wages in the field are often low. Teacher-child ratios are sometimes high, and programs do the best they can to provide quality care and education and pay their bills. The current situation is devastating. Between the closures of many programs experienced starting in March, the reduced group size, the increased need for PPE and other accommodations, the field is collapsing. Often a preschool class, 3 to 5-year-olds, will have between a 1:8 to 1:12 ratio, depending on funding and type of license. A common group size might be 24 with 2 to 3 teachers. Currently, the maximum group size is 12, and with the increased supervision and cleaning, at least 2 teachers are usually needed. A tuition-based program has seen their income cut in half, while expenses stay the same. This is not sustainable. Some programs on public school campuses are running into conflict with the public school, who will not let them operate. Recently, 2 important private child care centers announced they would need to close due to financial reasons. They hope to reopen in the future. Bethlehem Children's Center in Rincon Valley is one of the few centers in Santa Rosa with an infant room. It serves many full-time working families. Rosebud Preschool in the Montgomery Village area also serves many full-time working families. Both are high-quality centers who not only provide wonderful early childhood education and care, they also build strong connections with families and a sense of community. When families are struggling with a parenting issue, they ask their child care teacher. Families meet other families at childcare and form important social connections. Child care teachers are often the first to notice developmental needs and help families connect to community resources. Both of these programs exemplify the many ways a high-quality child care program is crucial to our community. These are both very well-run, experienced programs. They had solid, well-thought-out reopening plans. I fear they are among many who will need to close, and I fear these closures may become permanent losses to the community. I realize there are endless demands on the City Council's time and attention. Please include your youngest citizens. Comment received from Roylyn Wooten. As city leaders, you have the opportunity to take pride in bringing Santa Rosa a technically superior, inclusive, and healthy environment by prioritizing the following suggestions. 1. Invest in a city-owned fiber optic infrastructure. Using grant money and PG&E settlement funds to help Santa Rosa establish a municipally owned fiber optic infrastructure while overcoming the digital divide and providing the safest, fastest, most secure, most energy efficient, and least expensive broadband connection for all residents and businesses. Several cities across the nation have done so, and they are seeing substantial returns on investment. Brentwood, California has had a fiber optic policy in place since 1999 and has extended conduit to over 8,000 homes and businesses. The process began with installations in new home developments and has expanded across the city footprint. In 2015, the city began offering gigabyte services in partnership with Sonic.net, an established Santa Rosa-based service provider. Sonic has a lease agreement with the city to install fiber throughout the city conduit and provide residential and commercial services. In addition to providing a lease revenue stream to Santa Rosa, Sonic will provide gigabyte services to the city at no charge, saving about $15,000 a year. Additionally, for each neighborhood with subscription rates over 30%, the local school will receive gigabyte internet at no charge. This is a great option for Santa Rosa to explore. Centennial, Colorado began a fiber optic and conduit initiative in 2008 as a public works effort connecting city buildings, traffic signals, and other public facilities. This city implemented a dig once policy that required additional conduit be installed when work was being done in the right-of-way. To date, they have installed more than 60 miles of conduit and fiber optic infrastructure suitable for broadband deployment while spending less than $600,000. This network is currently valued over $6 million. They recently engaged in a formal process to incentivize providers to deploy a gigabyte-enabled fiber network to every home and business within the city limits. And 2, update the city's telecommunications code to establish maximum local control. Please also prioritize a comprehensive telecommunications ordinance to prevent the uncontrolled deployment of wireless telecommunication facilities that unavoidably cause harm to our health, quality of life, property value, and environment, negating any chance the city has to invest in the lucrative and beneficial public service of fiber.
Stephanie, I just want to do a time check for you. It's about 7:30. Our last break was at 6:35, or we reconvened at 6:35. Did you want to take a break now, or do you want to read a couple more emails before we break?
Let me read a few more emails.
Okay, will do.
Comment received from Chris Thompson, Vice Chair of Oakmont Democratic Club, and Tom Amato, Chair of the Oakmont Democratic Club. As the world grapples with the COVID-19 pandemic, it is easy for us to be consumed by the scope of this emergency and to lose sight of planet Earth's pre-existing condition, the climate crisis. Let us not fail to address this as the preeminent Tier 1 priority issue that it is and will continue to be in our lifetimes. Thank you for helping the community. Comment received from Elaine Wellen. The COVID pandemic, of course, requires our continued attention, yet we cannot forget our commitment to addressing climate change. The last decade has been the world's hottest, and 2020 is shaping up to follow suit. Our climate emergency resolution, established in 2019, mandates that we keep the climate crisis as a Tier 1 priority in your work for the coming year. Please continue your work finding equitable solutions for all of us in Santa Rosa. One way to do that is to prioritize and increase the frequency of climate change subcommittee meetings. We are following and will support their good work. Comment received from Jane Hall. I am an informed citizen, pleased to comment about the leadership ahead needed in Santa Rosa and everywhere. Please invest in the fiber to the premises, which provides superior connectivity through wired networks. Fiber is fast, energy efficient, cyber secure, equitable, reliable in power outages, and protective of public health and personal privacy. Please also prioritize Santa Rosa's comprehensive telecom ordinance to prevent uncontrolled deployment of wireless facilities that are already causing harm to the health, the environment, and property values. A wired fiber optic infrastructure, which is envisioned, developed, and owned by the City of Santa Rosa, exemplifies local control and protects and benefits everyone who lives and or works here. Long overdue. Comment received by Ray and Tiffany Templeton. I am not in favor of 5G. It is known to cause cancer and kill flowers and trees around it. I say no. One is supposed to go 50 feet from my home. I will not allow it. Thank you. Can we take a 5-minute break?
Okay, absolutely. So it is 7:33. Why don't we reconvene at 7:45? 7:45, we'll reconvene.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to take this opportunity now to transition the interpreters over. One moment, please, Mario and Pablo.
Susan. Oh. Am I on mute?
Okay, Stephanie, are you ready? Are you ready to continue?
Yes, I am.
Okay, why don't we do a roll call?
Okay. Councilmember Dowd. Councilmember Tibbetts.
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer is absent. Councilmember Rogers.
Here.
Councilmember Oliveras.
Here.
Vice Mayor Fleming.
Here.
Councilmember Dowd, have you joined us? Mayor Schwedhelm.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Sawyer and Councilmember Dowd.
Okay, we'll continue with item 4 of tonight's agenda.
Okay, moving on to the next
Stephanie,
comment.
Excuse me, pardon the interruption. Can we just do a brief announcement from our interpreters that the Spanish channel is active again? Yes. And members of the public can join the Spanish channel now. The interpreters have transitioned positions. Mario, would you mind making that brief announcement? Members of the public wishing to participate on the Spanish channel, you can please click the interpretation button and move to the Spanish channel.
Yeah, I got it. Señores, estamos ya de nuevo en el canal de español. Si ustedes quieren hacer algún comentario, están bienvenidos. Gracias.
Thank you, Mario.
Okay. Ready to move on?
Yes.
Okay. Email received from Angie Dillon Shore.
Un email de Angie Dillon Shore.
One moment, Mario, you are participating on the panelist side. You do not need to interpret, as Pablo is doing that on the Spanish channel. Thank you.
Okay, I strongly urge the council to elevate the need to stabilize the child care sector as a top priority. As I'm sure you are all aware, the child care industry is on the brink of collapse nationally, across California, and here in Sonoma County. The public health restrictions implemented in March and into the foreseeable future are very necessary to control the spread of coronavirus. However, like most small businesses, childcare businesses have been rendered financially insolvent. The high cost burden of staffing for required small group sizes, PPE, and additional cleaning simply does not pencil out for the majority of childcare operators. Even before the pandemic, providers operated on thin margins and struggled to stay in business if they are not consistently collecting tuition or subsidy payments for nearly 100% of children they enroll. In Sonoma County, over 40% of home-based licensed family child care providers and nearly 90% of center-based child care providers have been forced to close. As the weeks and months go by, it becomes less likely for some that they will be able to reopen. Community program capacity to serve school-aged children is only 11% of what it was prior to COVID-19. Private providers have a few other options but to increase fees to parents, which most parents have no way to afford, especially families that have lost household income due to the economic crisis. The COVID-19 public health crisis has, like the 2017 wildfires, been another wake-up call about the essential role that child care plays in our economy and now critical to economic recovery. The bottom line is that without this business sector survival, every other industry in Sonoma County will struggle to return to work and our economic recovery will suffer. Childcare is essential infrastructure. Although the economic imperative is top of mind, we can't lose sight of the importance of high-quality ECE to the trajectory of a child's life. Research on brain development and ROI of high-quality childcare is conclusive that the first few years of life are a window of opportunity to ensure that a child will be successful when they get to school, to graduate, and to live a healthy and productive life. Childcare is a two-generation economic development issue, essential to supporting the workforce of today and vital to developing our workforce of tomorrow. Thank you for your consideration of this critical priority. Comment received from Monica Mike. I am requesting that the city use grant money and PG&E settlement funds to begin investing in their own municipal fiber optic infrastructure. I support affordable high-speed broadband services that don't require cell phone towers placed throughout our town and neighborhoods. Many other cities have invested in their own fiber optic infrastructure, and they have consistently received substantial returns on their investment. Santa Rosa should not give away their rights of way to the telecom industry when they in turn provide overpriced, unsecure wireless internet services with harmful RF radiation. This form of wireless connections are bad for our health and the environment. With an investment in the city's own fiber optic network, this is also critical that the city create an updated telecommunications ordinance to maximize local control regarding the placement of wireless telecommunications facilities, including small cells. This would alleviate the irresponsible and harmful placement of such facilities and promote safer, faster, more affordable, and environmentally appropriate access to wired broadband services. I hope you will prioritize investing in fiber optic infrastructure to contribute to the mission of cultivating a vibrant, resilient, and livable city. I also believe it is essential to prioritize safety and aesthetics in your legislative efforts, and to that end, we need an updated telecommunications ordinance that will protect the residents and maximize local control. Email received from Ariana Victor. Thank you for being considerate of community input and allowing us the opportunity to comment on the City Council's goals regarding the recent funds. I am in full support of a fiber optic infrastructure and its numerous benefits. I hope you will prioritize this investment as it will considerably contribute to the mission of cultivating a vibrant, resilient, and livable city. When it comes to some of the city's recent vulnerabilities, it's important to note fiber optic is much more resilient when it comes to harsh weather, even fires. It also withstands landline service should power go down. More importantly, I believe it is essential to prioritize safety and aesthetics in your legislative efforts, and to that end, we need an updated telecommunications ordinance that will protect residents and maximize local control. Thank you so much for your time and consideration. Email received from Asher Shepard. Although numerous items will need attention in response to the pandemic, it is critical that short and medium-term needs do not undercut our city's long-term commitment to address the effects of climate change. I urge you to be strategic in setting goals that leverage our overriding climate-related goals to simultaneously and synergistically respond to fiscal matters, housing, policy, recreation, education, water, and other infrastructure elements, among much more. The 2019 Climate Emergency Resolution has never been more important guidance. Tough choices ahead, of course. As much as possible, every dollar must work to maintain services and improve civic life while moving forward on Santa Rosa's responses to climate change. Now is not a time to trade off one goal at the expense of another, especially not at the expense of our commitments on climate-related issues. I wish you well in keeping our goals focused on climate change, the overarching issue of local, state, national, and global governance today and for the foreseeable future. Thank you. Comment received from Anna Stevens. I am writing to encourage you to use the fiber optics instead of a 5G tower. This is seemingly a no-brainer, but yet we are still here. My neighborhood, St. Rose, does not need any more problems. It is a constant fight just to live here and to try and keep it from getting more dangerous. Cancer is not something I'd like to add to the dangers, which is what a 5G tower promises. We don't want it. I am a resident and business owner in this neighborhood, and I suggest that you use grant money from PG&E settlement funds to invest in fiber optics. The 5G towers are not only bad for our health, but bad for the environment, and because of this, we will reduce my property value, which in turn means less property tax. Don't consider the 5G towers. I know that you're being provided with ample information as to how it is dangerous and why. So I'll simply end in reminding you that Mayor Schwedhelm did say that if the firehouses are exempt from having these towers near them because of the health issues they cause our own firemen when a tower was placed on a firehouse property, then so should it be for all Santa Rosa residents. Of course, the towers are also fire hazards, which again, we don't need more of. Logic points to investing in fiber optics and not the 5G towers. The towers would just be superfluous in a very dangerous way. Good day and stay well. E-comment received from Karen Weeks. Mayor Schwedhelm and Council, thank you for the opportunity to provide comment during your annual goal setting. Once again, I ask that you put the adoption of the Sunshine Ordinance on your Tier 1 goals. In December 2014, almost 6 years ago, the Mayor's Open Government Task Force, of which I was a member, presented the City Council with the final report along with a recommendation to adopt the ordinance. Since that time, there have been all sorts of reasons as to why that has never been accomplished. But I think 6 years is long enough, and now more than ever, it is crucial to get that on the council agenda and to implement the ordinance in the interests of greater transparency and community engagement. I and other members of the original task force stand ready to help in any way to get this done. E-comment received from Katie Yan. I am requesting that the city use grant money and PG&E settlement funds to begin investing in their own municipal fiber optic infrastructure. I support affordable, high-speed broadband services that do not require cell phone towers placed throughout our town and neighborhoods. Many other cities have invested their own fiber optic infrastructure, and they have consistently received substantial returns on their investment. Santa Rosa should not give away their rights of way to the telecom industry when they in turn provide overpriced wireless internet services with harmful RF radiation. This form of wireless connection is bad for our health and the environment. With an investment in the city's own fiber optic network, it is also critical that the city create an updated telecommunications ordinance to maximize local control regarding the placement of wireless telecommunication facilities, including small cells. This would alleviate the irresponsible and harmful placement of such facilities and promote safer, faster, more affordable, and environmentally appropriate access to wired broadband services. Comment received from Deborah Crone. I am opposed to the overcharging of internet services by the monopoly providers who helped create and perpetuate the digital divide. I oppose the installation of powerful industrial equipment outside of our homes, used to radiate data through our walls. This is a waste of energy and an inefficient way to access the internet. I support policies like a dig once policy, which facilitates wired broadband fiber optic deployment. This will lead to a reduced carbon footprint and give residents and businesses access to a far superior, faster, safer, more reliable, energy efficient broadband network. Of all of the things on the Economic Recovery Task Force list, investing in the city's own fiber optic infrastructure would be by far the most profitable and beneficial thing to do and should be tier 1 on the priority list. This investment would pay for itself and allow the city to reinvest and expand this project over the coming years. This is a shovel-ready project to put people back to work in these difficult economic times. There has never been a better time for Santa Rosa to invest in a safe, resilient, and affordable option for broadband services. Until we have our fiber optic network implemented, we need a comprehensive telecommunications ordinance to prevent the uncontrolled deployment of wireless telecommunication facilities that unavoidably cause harm to our health, environment, quality of life, safety, and property values. A comment received from Phil Crone. I am grateful to have the opportunity to comment on the City Council's goals. I hope you will prioritize investing in a fiber optic infrastructure to contribute to the mission of cultivating a vibrant, resilient, and livable city. I also believe it is essential to prioritize safety and aesthetics in your legislative efforts, and to that end, we need an updated telecommunications ordinance that will protect the residents and maximize local control. A comment received from Eric Frazier. Projects in motion. 1, sidewalk maintenance problems. A, trip and fall financial and health impacts. B, property owner liability. C, increasing city liability. D, high cost for individual job concrete replacement solutions. A, city-sponsored concrete repair replacement program. B, successfully used in other cities. C, property owner pays costs and works directly with the approved contractors. D, lower costs from cooperative sourcing and no permit fees. 2, parking district problems. A, reports missing enforcement incomes and impacts, not a complete picture. B, paid parking is a retardant for business. C, hardship for average and low income residents. D, enforcement gotchas trap mostly residents. Solutions: A, pause and restructure. B, 2-year moratorium on paid parking at meters, lots, and structures. C, time limit enforcement continues 20 minutes, 2, 4, 6, 8, 24, 72 hours, etc. D, residential permits and monthly structure permits may continue with changes to benefits and costs. E, amnesty for outstanding expired meter citations. 3, SRT BIA/Visit Santa Rosa problems. A, widespread misfeasance, apparent fraudulent into reports. B, taxation scheme versus self-assessment BIA. City will get caught, pay legal costs like many other cities had to. C, influence peddling by chamber, problems of city taxes going into 501c6, endorses political candidate. D, shadow government, Visit Santa Rosa and Government Advisory Committee not open to the public. E, unfair tax burden for residents needing short-term stays due to evacuations, emergencies, same with TOT. F, poor return on investment solution. A, pause SRT BIA tax collection until Visit Santa Rosa is under new management and program is audited. B, separate from defective and deficient chamber management. C, reestablish Visit Santa Rosa as 501c3. with new management. D, taxation schemes like the SRT BIA need to be put into a public vote. E, or collect from the assessed class of hotels, motels, a mandatory BIA tax. Optional for others. F, inclusion of all hosts of marketing. G, exclude all. And that concludes e-comment and emails received.
Okay, thank you for that. Can we go back to the attendees? I see there's one hand up for one more comment, please.
Mayor? The next public comment will be from Rebecca. Rebecca, I've enabled your speaking permissions. One moment while I put the timer up on the screen. Please unmute your microphone, and can you confirm that you can see the timer on your screen?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Sure. My name is Rebecca Kendall. I work for Catholic Charities of Santa Rosa. And hello, everyone. Thank you, Mayor Schwedhelm and Vice Mayor Fleming and members of the City Council. Apologize for my children screaming in the background. I just wanted to say thank you, first off, for inviting the community's input into the goal setting and especially consideration of how to allocate the $95 million that came to the City of Santa Rosa from the PG&E settlement. And I wanted to express my my gratitude to the way that the City Council has continued to prioritize addressing homelessness and treating it as the emergency that it is. And I wanted to suggest the idea of allocating some of these funds for the construction of Caritas Village, the project that you're very familiar with, Burbank Housing and Catholic Charities, as a long-term investment in the downtown housing and the addressing of homelessness and the overall lengthy health of the community. And I think that when I heard you speak earlier, Vice Mayor Fleming, with Pat Kerrigan on KSRO, you talked about investing in things that are going to have a very, very long lifespan in terms of their benefit to the community and protecting the health of the community. And in my mind, Caritas Village is exactly such a project and something that could have a legacy that will not only improve our crisis that we're facing right now, but also serve as something that can be a beacon of hope through whatever pandemics, fires, floods, catastrophes we face in the coming months, years, and decades. So I just wanted to encourage you to consider this as an important project that truly needs the public assistance and needs the entire community support to make it come to pass. Thanks for your time. That's all.
Thank you, Rebecca. Mayor, there is an additional hand up. Do you want to continue with additional public comment live?
Sure, absolutely. We got one more.
Okay, the next public comment will be from John. John, I've enabled your speaking permissions. Can you please unmute your microphone and confirm you can see the timer on your screen?
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you. Please identify yourself for public record if you so choose, and your time begins now.
Hi there, my name is John Pavick. I work for Catholic Charities. Good evening, City Council. Thank you for holding the space for the public to provide input into your goal setting. So I'll keep it really short. It's been a long night. The Santa Rosa City Council has done incredible work addressing the homelessness crisis in our city. Your swift and productive partnership with service providers during COVID-19 has been truly commendable. I know this issue will be a priority for years to come for our leaders until this crisis is solved. I'm here to request that a portion of the PG&E settlement be used to support the building of Caritas Village, the innovative Burbank Housing and Catholic Charities initiative that will reduce homelessness in Santa Rosa. Caritas Village will double the number of people Catholic Charities can permanently house each year and will offer a considerable increase in affordable housing units available to Santa Rosa citizens and across Sonoma County. Caritas Village will be a tremendous improvement to facilities located in the St. Rose neighborhood, something the downtown community is yearning for. Put simply, recent catastrophic fires are decimating our housing stock in Santa Rosa. Therefore, it only makes sense to me to allocate fundings from this settlement to support innovative housing and homeless solutions. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, John. Thank you, John. Okay, Mayor, I see no additional hands raised for public comment.
Well, thank you. That will conclude item 4 of today's agenda. So our council discussion will continue at tomorrow's workshop, and the goal of that meeting will be to adopt a limited set of priorities to guide the city's work through 2021. But before I recess this meeting, some of us learned some very sad news this morning. A longtime city employee, Sergeant Brad Marsh, passed away this morning. He came to the city in about 1967. He had been a police officer in South San Francisco. Prior to becoming a law enforcement officer, he served in served the military in the Vietnam War as a helicopter pilot. One of the things that the legacy that Brad left behind, he was an expert in investigating some of the most vulnerable victims in our community, including domestic violence, sexual assault, and child abuse. He truly was an expert in that field. But Brad was that special individual who, upon retirement, continued to volunteer in the community, specifically at the Bird Rescue Center. And although he didn't have any firsthand knowledge, I've heard many people talk about his talent in helping injured raptors in the community. So again, very disappointing news. And Mr. Oliveras, I know you worked closely with him for many years. Would you like to make any comments?
Yes. Brad will be a tremendous loss to our community, but you know, Mayor, he leaves behind a great legacy with the work that he's done at the police department. Very instrumental in the development of the Redwood Children's Center back when we started those efforts, pulling together investigative teams to deal with these very difficult crimes related to child abuse and also domestic violence. But that is something that we'll always remember him for. And as you know, from that, we now have a Family Justice Center as well. But that was a big catalyst in making that happen and ensuring that our department was very progressive in some of those areas. But he will be deeply missed by our community.
Thank you. So we will recess until tomorrow morning. So in honor and memory of retired Sergeant Brad Marsh, we'll recess this meeting and reconvene 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you all for your attendance and participation.